All right, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole for the District of Squamish, September 10th. Hatham Squalum, please look to Glasgow Homish, away Mayo. We are fortunate to be meeting on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. I have a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Councillor Rice, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. All right. On to the next one. We have Christina Moore here. We're going to have a debrief discussion about our first council coffee crawl experience. I'll pass it over to you. Do you want to do any context?
Great. Thank you, Chair. I'm Christina Moore, the Communications Manager here at the District. The purpose of this conversation was just to gather feedback from Council following the first coffee crawl we did back in July. As a reminder, we hosted 3 events the week of July 22nd. The first one was with Councillor Race and Councillor Stoner at Tim Hortons on the Monday morning. The second one was later that evening at North Yard Cidery with Councillor French and Councillor Pettingill. And the third one was on Wednesday, July 24th at the Ledge with Councillor Stoner and Councillor Anderson. And I think each one we had quite a good turnout. Certainly we received a lot of positive feedback through our social media channels about the opportunity that residents had to connect with members of council. And I think what I understand is from preliminary feedback from some of you was each one was quite different. So we thought it would be valuable to just share some of those reflections as we plan the next one. We're looking to plan another one for discussion. We'll maybe table this at the end in early October as part of the preliminary budget discussions. So perhaps positioning it as an opportunity to get some feedback on a budget survey that we are also going to be launching. So rather than, I won't get too far ahead. Hand it over to Council for your feedback, and I'll just take some notes and go from there.
Council, what was your experience at Coffee Crawl? Things that worked, things that didn't work? I will say that I got a lot of positive feedback, both on social media, but also the folks who attended. There's no doubt that people were happy to have the opportunity to connect with council members and ask questions about things that were coming up, both at council meetings and then just generally. So I think that was really positive. I have more detailed feedback, but I'll pass it over to Councillor Race first.
Thanks. Well, I was just at the one, and we had about 3 or 4, I can't recall exactly, 3 or 4 people, and we each took a couple of them. And so you can say, well, the numbers are down and that's not many, but actually they were good discussions, and I think it was helpful for those 4 people. And for me, looking back on it, I know some of the other ones I think had more people come to them, but I think it's important to have something like this just so people know that there is an opportunity to talk to a councillor if they have something. And if we set up a program that they're going to happen, say, once every 6 months, so it's predictable, people can plan on it, and it's an opportunity for people to, it's part of the accountability process, I think, that councillors actually get in the community and talk to people and don't just stay in the one room. So I think it's important from that respect, no matter how many people show up, just the fact that we're out there and available for a discussion. Is a good thing. And the points that people raised were interesting. We've talked about a couple of them already at council, so it was certainly worthwhile in that respect.
Councillor Anderson?
I might suggest that we be ready with copies of our council strategic plan, which we had a couple of copies, Councillor Stoner and I, but I found myself referring to that summary of our objectives and initiatives So that's something we didn't have with us except by accident, sort of. We were called upon. We also had new residents in our group that turned up with asking very general information about how do I get information about what's happening with the district economic development. I want to start a new business. So of course, that's easy enough for us to direct them to Municipal Hall and the displays that are here in the foyer. But extra copies of our strategic plan would be handy. There's a mix of persons, some well known to me, others new residents. So diverse mix, and probably true for most of the gatherings. I would like to suggest that we test different times of year. The locations, I'm not familiar with the other ones. You were also at Tim Hortons, I believe, but anyway, the alleged locations certainly work fine, and work with the rest of the users of that space at that time too, I think. We'll pick up this time. I'd like. For me, I felt, well, this is the busiest time of year for me, but it wasn't that bad. we were well over an hour, well beyond our allotted time, and that was fine. But it is a very busy time of year, that last week of July. So I'd like to test different times of year, see what happens, different locations. I think perhaps too is an ongoing experiment.
Great, thank you, Councilor Anderson. I'll jump in. I did have the opportunity to attend 2 of them, so I felt like that was actually quite interesting because they were very different experiences, as Councilor Ray suggested. In our first one at Tim Hortons, it was a smaller group of people that showed up. They kind of showed up one at a time, and we split off and we had individual conversations, whereas the one that I was at with Councilor Anderson, there were about 15 people there, and we kind of did a round robin to start off and ask people their names and their main point they wanted to talk about. It was right around the time where we had a conversation at Council around Garibaldi at Squamish, and so over half the people that were there wanted to talk about Garibaldi at Squamish. So we actually ended up facilitating a community conversation about the topic. And so that was very different than trying to answer one-on-one questions about somebody's individual piece. So to me that was interesting, just the different dynamics, and I don't think one was better or worse. I think we just kind of have to be on our toes and ready to facilitate whatever the community wants to have a conversation about. We did at one point try and break off into smaller groups between Councilor Anderson and I, but the folks that were there really wanted to have a wholesome discussion with everybody at the table, and so that was a really interesting way of doing that. But I think just being cognizant that depending on how we set up the table, I think that might have been part of it. We were at a long table in the ledge, and so everybody was around one big table, which facilitated more of a collective discussion, as opposed to Doug and I were at 2 individual tables with 2 chairs around them. So just those simple things of how we set up the space really help to dictate the way the conversation is going to go, for better or for worse. I think it's just something that we can put some thought into. The other piece that I think is that, speaking to Councilor Reese's point, is that the momentum I do think will build with this as we continue to do it every few months and people get aware that it is happening. I think we'll see more people show up. I definitely had a lot of questions being like, will this happen again? I wasn't able to make it this time around. So I do suspect we'll see more people attend if we keep it to be consistent. And then the other piece I think to think about is whether we want to keep it all on one day and just do different time slots throughout the day, or if we want to shift it and have different time slots on different days. And I think that there's pros and cons to both. But that was one thing when I saw the schedule come out, I thought that it would be easier from a communication perspective to have it all on one day, but our schedules just didn't allow for that. So that's one piece that I would maybe consider, is keeping it all on one day and then just different times for different councillors. Councillor Pena?
Yes, a few things from my perspective. I was sort of toying with similar ideas to Councillor Stoner, and I wondered about almost like the active mayor, maybe assigning 2 councillors per month. This is your month, and you go out sort of morning, afternoon, and evening. Maybe it's always the last Friday of the month or whatever. So there's a bit more of a regular pattern for people to be sort of trained. This is when it's happening and to expect it. And but someone's always busy on Fridays. There's some way to have a bit of flexibility in there, I'm not sure. With the one I went to, I'm not sure if it was organized, but everyone was there on a very specific topic. So it was a really good conversation, but I'm not sure, there's many other conversations to have in Squamish. And so I think that might be one of the advantages of having several slots in a day. I think there's more chance of having a broader range of conversation. And one thing I've been thinking about, it wasn't an issue for us, but I think it's important that people see and then also in the experience that there are different perspectives on council and that all the perspectives in the community and on council get expressed. So whether it's pairing up or trying to pair up councillors with different perspectives, or councillors who can, one is very willing to be devil's advocate to the other, or it may not have been an issue for any of the conversations, but I think that's something that I want to remember to keep in the back of my mind, is to make sure that people hear all the perspectives and are encouraged to think about all the perspectives as we're having these conversations.
Something that occurs to me is we might have asked Councillor Stoner and I is how people found out about the event. And I didn't think to do that. It would be information of interest.
Okay.
Councillor
Yeah, and I agree with the times of year thing that Councillor Anderson made, and the only suggestion I can give is, spring and fall. Stay away from the Christmas season, obviously, and stay away from the summer season. And early fall, like about now, for example, where we're starting into kind of a fall legislative program. We've got budget coming up, and there's all kinds of things around that. And in the spring, people's minds turn to recreation and other issues, sort of. So I think, but predictable. I don't know, we have to get down to the exact date, but if everybody knows there's going to be one in the spring, one in the fall, or something like that, they can just wait for the next one coming up. And if they miss today, it's not a big deal. We can raise the topic some other time. And they know, once again, I go back to the first point, that we're going to be out there accountable to the public. And to me, that's one of the big values of this, whether people show up or not. It's just they know we're out there.
I do want to challenge you on the frequency, because I think it should be more than every 6 months, but you were going to say something this morning.
I had a question back to yourself and Councillor Anderson at the Ledge. With the big group, did it impact the rest of the business? And my question is, when we think about venues and we, unless we ask people to RSVP, we really have no idea how many people will show up. It could be 2, it could be 12. But I wonder how the impact of the bigger group was on the rest of the cafe, or whether in a place like the Ledge, you can accommodate a bigger group, I guess. Was there any feedback from the business owner, or any did you feel, was there any impact on other customers that we should be aware of?
I didn't get the sense that there was direct impact. It definitely wasn't completely full. We took over a fairly large table, and we had to pull additional chairs in. I think the space in there is big enough to accommodate a group like that, and we aren't the only ones that have done it, but I do think it's something that we should be cognizant of. And that might be part of it, of just like, either we take the upstairs, although it makes it harder for people to find us if we were to use the Ledge again, or we sit councillors at different tables.
Yeah.
And kind of help to break up the group a little bit might be one way to approach it. But that would be a good question to maybe go back and ask them about, because I think that this is a fair concern if we're taking over spaces.
And I think your point about how we set up the tables and where the councillors sit is probably a really good indication of sort of defining that space and how the conversation may go.
So my experience is that we had potential to test the premises and our neighbors. However, it seemed to me that they were mostly their interest was piqued, and they were eavesdropping and happy to do so.
Right.
But we did not, as I recall, have people decide to join us. The people who entered the room to come to meet with us were already had that in mind, and they might probably have found their way upstairs anyway. But it is definitely a consideration, if not at the Ledge, then elsewhere, because our noise level was fairly high. And when we get into a conversation, as we dealt with a number of individual interests and then moved to the topic of Garibaldi and Squamish, the noise level raised even further. So that I don't think that we were imposing, but there may certainly be that potential, and there probably would be opportunity to use the upstairs, given that we didn't really have people all of a sudden deciding to join us, but they came through into the door with that in mind to join us already.
I will also note, it was a very respectful conversation. There was a
Oh, yes.
diversity of opinions, but everybody kept it very respectful, so that was appreciated.
In terms of positioning with the community, we did, I think it's sort of it's a little bit challenging to represent exactly how the conversation will go or the experience will go for each individual person. I think there was one person who did comment that they had showed up at the ledge and felt that they might get more of a one-on-one conversation with each counselor. And, our comment back was, well, it was sort of just a product of the number of people that showed up. So I'm not sure that we can anticipate that or particularly want to. I think if council is flexible and comfortable with that flexibility, that it's a bit of a, let's kind of roll with it and see who shows up and how best the crowd or the individuals can be accommodated on the fly.
Yeah, I personally would agree with that. I think, to me, it was actually really interesting to have the two different experiences, and I think I could definitely sense that there were some folks who showed up at the ledge who wanted a little bit more of an individual conversation. We did take our time to try and address some of the individual points before jumping into a larger discussion, but the reality was the community wanted to have that conversation, and I think not shying away from that was also useful at that point. So I think that's part of just the onus that gets put back on council in terms of effective engagement with our public. Councilor Pangill?
Yeah, just on this point, I always forget to bring my council cards, but it's a good reminder. I don't think I did on the evening, but to offer to be, hey, I'm happy to sit down with you one-on-one after. It's your one and only chance to meet a counselor. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to remind people of that. Try and remember next time.
And if there is a large crowd, depending on the venue, it could almost be a stand-up, more mingling experience as well. That might be another option, depending. So moving forward, in terms of a frequency, I think that we had, certainly logistically, we recognize that managing 6 schedules is challenging. I believe that we talked about a quarterly schedule, if that works, every sort of 3 months, with the next one being October. And thank you for accommodating the July date. It was an opportunity and an effort to get the first one scheduled before the break, so we could do a little bit of testing with the community to understand how it might be received. So we appreciate you working on that scheduling. So we would like to look ahead to do another one between October 2nd to 4th, which is a Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Should we try to work towards one date where we try to schedule three couples, 2 counselors at each at a different venue and a different time on one date? Or we'll just throw out the schedule and see who can do what.
Councilor.
Experiment.
Okay, we'll just see what
We'll
comes
just try
back.
different things.
between
And I think
the-
I'm fine with the frequency, and I guess the simple answer is if people are showing up, then we need to do them quarterly, and if they're not, then we can go to a
Sure.
different schedule.
Okay, great.
I'd say let's try and aim for everything on one day, but if it's, we do have 6 schedules, so if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. But
And are there any specific recommendations you'd like to see us do differently the next time?
Councilor Anderson?
On the matter of scheduling, I appreciated the opportunity to work with my colleagues to find a solution for scheduling through that week. It's a very busy time of year for Squamish days, so I did appreciate that flexibility and opportunity to trade off. But as I do agree, let's experiment as well.
I I think Councillor Anderson's request for copies of the strategic plan is a good one. I gave all mine away, and I think I had 15 of them throughout the week. And I'm just trying to think if there's other documents that might be helpful to have there. Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, I made a mental note, which I forgot about, to bring the OCP, so if we had like a reminder, bring the stack of strategic plans, bring your copy of the OCP. I would appreciate that, just because I forget these things.
You're going to carry around your whole copy of the OCP?
Yeah, I'd like to, when I'm having a conversation, we'll see what our policy actually says so far, and go from there.
I just bring my computer with me and bring it up digitally, but yes, we can bring a copy of the OCP. I think that'll do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Anderson?
Do we have an update on the initiative to try out a podcast program?
We do. We are working towards a first episode as we speak. We have selected staff hosts, and we have 3 hosts that we're going to use. Natasha Golbeck, our Senior Director of Community Services, Matt Gunn, one of our senior planners, and Tori Hansen, our recreation web and graphics technician. And so we're working on a plan for first episode to launch later in September. And so we have put, the episodes, the goal of the episodes is to really dig deeper into a topic, to provide some more detail into decision making and a little bit a much deeper dive to reflect some of the decision making that happens here at the council table and to reflect some of the community interests. We will be experimenting as we go to see what kind of feedback we get from the community. The first topic is related to affordable housing. I'm looking at some varying aspects of that topic. And we will have some more details to share with you very shortly.
Councillor Pettengill?
Like very shortly, because we said end of September, I got a little bit panicked thinking about UBCM, and I'm hearing that next week's agenda is very big, and also heard I might be one of the early podcasters, so I'm like, oh boy.
So I think the idea around the podcast is the team that is leading it is working with, it will not, all council won't be involved in all podcasts, so we will do a bit of divide and conquer. Obviously we want to keep we want to ensure that it's not overcrowded with different voices and perspectives. So I believe Councillor Stoner is involved in the first one.
Exciting.
Perhaps.
I'm a little nervous about the conquer part.
Pardon?
I'm a little nervous about the conquer part.
Let us get an update back to you. And we'll put a little more detail into the time frame, recognizing we do know that you are away at UBCM, and we will work around that schedule. But we're very excited to move forward with it, and I know that quite a bit of work is going on behind the scenes, so we'll get back to you with some more details.
Very exciting. All right.
Okay.
We can wrap that one up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. And the next part is a motion to close. We are now looking over the development projects update. Over
Yes. Thank you. So I have 2 items under the update. One is the actual development permit or development applications. And this is an item that we used to have sort of on a monthly basis that we moved away to more quarterly. It's essentially showing you all of the active rezonings, development permits, subdivisions, temporary use permits, development variance permits, things that you're likely to see on future agendas. And also there are a number of delegated development permits, but we kind of keep them together on the same list. So some of the smaller things you're not going to see, but usually it will say in the description that it's delegated. And the second item I have is an update on priority applications. So in 2018, the district adopted a policy of how we process priority development applications and which applications qualify to be a priority. And so we've been asked to provide a bit of an update of what applications have gone through, what applications are in, and just check in with council to see if it's still working. So maybe up to you how do you want to do the two items, whether we do active developments first and then priority applications?
Let's do active developments first.
Okay. So here on the list are all the active applications. The highlighted in yellow are the priority applications that are active. And so you've got the project number, the address or the name of the development, the file number, some of the details of the application, and then we track the residential units that are being proposed, and also the rental units that are being proposed in each of these applications. And there's a very general description of the status of the application. So as you can see, a lot of the applications that are newer are either tagged as a recent application or application under review. And then as you get further to the bottom of the list, there's a little more detail in where the application is at. We've got about 64 applications that are currently active, just the ones that council is likely to see. And we've got other permits like site alteration permits that are processed in engineering that are not on this list. And of course, building permits. So usually staff will highlight any applications that we're looking for council's initial feedback. I don't have anything on here just because we have a couple of applications that are going to be coming forward anyways in the near future to another committee of the whole meeting. So I then open it up to committee for any questions on any of these applications. So I'll try my best to answer.
Council, any questions? Councilor Henderson.
I'm actually interested in having some feedback from planning department regarding this process. We have discussed this as it was conducted on a quarterly basis last time as being somewhat onerous, I believe. Staff let us know without being shy about that. So I'm interested, I appreciate this information, and there's a lot of miscellaneous detail, and in some places there's pointers. Whoops, it's coming up in October, so that's fine, I don't need to ask about that here. But what are our purposes with this? I find that there's some high-level community planning issues that emerge for me in looking through this list, but I'd be interested if planning has anything to offer from its perspective on what this exercise is about and could be for its purposes. I then have a bunch of detailed questions.
Before I turn it over to you, I will just say, I think and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Velaniskis, previously it was done on a monthly basis, and we've shifted that to a quarterly basis, so in an effort to try and reduce that stress on staff, and you may want to speak to whether that is still perhaps too onerous from your perspective. And then I think the piece that we had previously discussed as a council as to why this is helpful is there are a number of applications on this list that we won't necessarily see as council because they meet all of our DP guidelines, but they're still happening out in the community, and so we get a lot of questions about them. So from my perspective anyways, I think the discussion we've had previously was to kind of keep us up to date on what is being built out there around us. But I'll pass over to you if you have additions to that. Go ahead.
From my perspective, it's much better to have these quarterly. Obviously, it's when you're doing it monthly, there's not a lot of benefit to it other than keeping council appraised more often of what's happening. And then, the benefit for us is really, if you are seeing something on the list that, raises red flags right away, then it's good for us to know that. Other than that, it's more of an information exercise. I'm happy to continue doing it on a quarterly basis. I find that a lot easier.
Councilor Rice?
So I'll take the blame. The practice started in my first term when I was the chair of the Community Development Committee. And the intent was, and it was monthly, at the monthly meeting, and the intent was to get council into the loop on these things, because otherwise you wouldn't have any idea this was going on really until it actually landed in one of our agendas. And so it was just more of a general information thing, but it also had the other aspect of it, which was to allow members of council to review this, and sometimes there were questions and sometimes there weren't. And so it just varies from time to time, and sometimes there's a discussion, sometimes it will change direction about an application. But nevertheless, it gave council an opportunity to just see what was going on, stay in the loop and ask questions if needed. We did it monthly. If that's onerous, and it probably is, quarterly is fine with me, but it's just the periodic opportunity to kind of see what else is going on, but we just haven't seen on the agenda yet.
That's okay, yeah.
Yeah, just curious if you have any, if there's any trends or anything that you've noticed that you could share in terms of processing time or applications going dormant, or higher proportion of people looking for variances, or a shift towards commercial, economic slowdown. Like, is there anything that jumped out at you in the last?
For you, again, this is just totally anecdotally. Just my sense in that there's the review periods have definitely gone up, and that's sort of more related to the overall pipeline of review process for the organization, not just planning and building, but the other departments in between as well. We're trying to align better to make sure that we're not creating bottlenecks somewhere down the road. So the review periods have increased, I think, mostly because we've over the last couple of years certainly seen more applications come in, and they're more complex than they used to be, perhaps, or more of the complex ones. And every single department is busy, so we're trying to queue them. Like previously, 2 years ago, we used to communicate to the public that moderate development permit for a moderate development is 6 months to a year. Now we communicate that it's more 9 months to a year. Again, often depends on the applicant's ability to move with the process, but realistically, they've certainly increased on our end. We're seeing more, I think, a trend towards commercial and industrial development for sure. Not so much single-family development, although we're seeing a lot of the delegated permits now starting to come through, because we've started regulating floodplain development, and the riparian development has been delegated as well. So we're seeing a lot more delegated permits, much smaller ones. We do them much faster. So we've got a few streams. We take those smaller applications and they move to a different process timeline than those big ones. Maybe that's something that we'll touch on later on, but at the building permit stage, we're also seeing a lot of commercial tenant improvements, and we've also tried to expedite those just because they're usually small and not very complex, and they're part of our economic development in the community.
I just want to follow up on that point, because that was one of my questions as well, and I'm curious. I appreciate the anecdotal piece of it. You've been at this for a while. Is that sort of information something that we can easily gather in terms of including it in some of these reports of like the current length of time of applications, or I'm just trying to think of like some of the higher level indicators that council might want to see back. It's helpful to kind of get a sense of what's going on in the community, but also part of this is understanding if our process, like how our processes are working, and where the potential pinch points are. And so I'm just curious if that information is easily available to you, or if it'd be onerous to ask.
Gary here wants to.
Largely not easy. What you see is what you get. There's no processing time without having to manually go back and track open date, close date. It's coming with our new. Those questions will be far easier to answer once we get onto the Tempest system through the GTP. But all of that sort of analysis is manual work from the spreadsheets. So unfortunately, it's.
We do have that information for building permits. And it's a range, so we could update council with those numbers because we simply track those. Those are the questions we get all the time over the counter. So we can certainly provide that information.
I think that would be helpful in looking forward to when Tempest comes through and we can start to ask some of those more detailed questions. Councilor Race.
Thank you. I do have a question about an application. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth one down on the first page, Finch Drive. And I'm just curious, the last term I believe we were talking about a sub-area plan for a portion of that area. Is this within or without that, or is it going to be governed by the sub-area plan?
This application is within the sub-area plan area. It's coming in under existing zoning. And it is a partial development of a bigger piece of land. So although we have a planning process underway, we can't prevent subdivision under the current zoning.
But just for that portion?
Just for that portion, yes. It won't be for the whole property.
Yep. And do we have any idea when the sub-area plan might be able to be finalized?
Right now we're looking at likely second quarter of next year.
Thank you.
Councilor Anderson.
Yes. I'd like to start, I have 5 projects I'd like to offer a question or comment on. The first one is Bailey Street, and it's on the first page, and this is Bailey Street plus Cleveland Avenue, Bailey Street plus, there's 2 consecutive items there, the development permit 524. My question is, where are we in what is this the status of the downtown entrance study? This is a large-scale development which is within the scope of that study. And I'd like to be comfortable about where we're at in moving forward with that downtown entrance study. It seems to me it's a huge question with respect to this development.
Absolutely. So we are in discussions with engineering, and the file manager for the Bailey Street project is aware of the downtown entrance study that's ongoing. So we're going to be looking at synchronizing these two.
Downtown entrance study, we've got sort of a preliminary draft, so I suspect probably October we'll be back with something on that, but that's sort of preliminary, when we draft preliminary findings on that, probably October.
Thank you.
Councilor Pengis.
So just from my understanding, in a case of this example, would we communicate to the proponent or developer that, hey, we're also doing a study and we'd like to kind of have that further along before we proceed with this, and that's sort of our handling sort of?
Exactly. We're going to have to make sure that we're not advancing this application before the downtown action study. So we're going to try and see what are the worst case scenarios in terms of impact on these properties as we go through the design process for the rezoning.
Councilor Anderson, that too.
Yes. Tantalus Development, it's the former Waffler property.
Yes.
We get it in front of me here. Yes, it's on page 2 or page 129 of 132 in my sheet here at 40480 Tantalus Road. And my question is really similar to my last concern, is the capacity at Tantalus, Garibaldi Way, the entrance to Garibaldi Village. This is an intersection which has a lot of public interest and concern over the years. And I would just hope that the capacity of that intersection can be addressed in the evaluation and review of this project, which appears to be rather large, at 133 projected units there.
Mr. Velaniskis.
Yes, through you, that is correct. We've had this application in for a while, and we've been going back and forth with the property owners on whether, there's 2 sides of the property. There's one on the east and the west, another on the west side of Tantalus Road. So although we've had the application for a while, it's still in very preliminary stages, and traffic on something like this would absolutely be something we're looking at.
Carry on.
Again, on traffic, there is under Railtown, and I've forgotten what page that is. It's on page 130 of 132, about a third of the way down. Railtown is the former Sims house near the railroad tracks where the canine or the pet handling facility was for a while. That is quite a number of commercial units, and there is also next door development underway with further commercial units. It raises the issue of when are we going to be looking at, with the landowner, BCR Properties, an upgrade of that access road to handle this traffic? And there are a number of stakeholders in this, and it's been an ongoing conversation for a number of years now, in fact decades. But it just seems to me that when we're looking at yet another development there on Government Road, on a very problematic route. I mean, that rail crossing has seen some upgrades about 2 years ago by CN. But it just raises the big picture question of what are we going to do about that access route? I've been a part of that conversation a long time. I wouldn't want to go any further in here, but it seems to me that issue should be raised in connection with this development and adjacent developments.
If I can just clarify, Railtown, I don't see it on the list here.
Oh, that's
issue.
DP 481 on page 130.
20.
About 5 down.
Came in
1, 2, 3,
20.
Oh yeah, I see it,
6 down.
Thank you.
Dash
Yeah.
7.
That permit's been issued, so there's no opportunity to.
It's been approved, hasn't been issued yet,
Yeah,
but
sorry.
it's gone through council, it's been approved, and now there's just a number of conditions they have to meet before we issue the permit.
Yes, then I guess I'm making a higher level question of infrastructure planning and that access road. It seems to me that there's going to be just only ongoing pressures towards addressing that opportunity and the challenge of that access road.
Thank you.
You have any others you'd like to address?
Yes, I guess it's the same page, I believe. Yes, it is. Further down on page 130, there's 2 references to the carbon engineering application in the Chikai Fan, and I just wanted to confirm the status of that because that property has been discussed with our economic development officer, and it is a strategic piece of industrial land in the Chikai Fan. So I'm just wanting to understand, is it on hold or has it been cancelled? Is it still on hold? How could we describe that at this time?
Through you, it's somewhere in between on hold and being cancelled, I believe. There's still a lot of uncertainty in that area as with the rest of the Chikai Fan, so we're waiting for the latest modeling to be finalized in order to find out whether this property is impacted or not by potential debris flow. But we haven't heard any movement from the applicant, so I think that we just haven't gone back and asked them whether we should close it or not.
So the applicant has not volunteered that they are not pursuing. That has not happened.
That's correct.
Very good.
But it may be the case, we just haven't gone back to them and asked them.
Councillor Race.
Thank you. But on that point with the modeling, I remember the discussion when this came up in the last term, and there was a discussion around parts of the fan that might be suitable for development now without the barrier. And that was going to rely on some modeling, and the question then was the source of the modeling, who might do it. But is that modeling underway? Is somebody picking up the tab for that?
Yes.
Do we have any idea when it might appear?
No, it's the short answer.
No, that's sufficient. I understand there's other things.
I have a question that I should probably know the answer to, but a development permit, once it's been approved, is there a timeline on it? Like, so how long, there's some that are still open here from 2013.
Like
2013.
Sorry, no, those are just applications received, third reading, so they're
Oh,
not
sorry.
approved.
Yeah, so normally if it's a development permit and it's been approved, then you've got, I think 1 year to get it issued, 2 years to start construction. So there's a difference.
Okay.
There's a period between approval and issuance, and then once you get it issued, if you don't start building it, after 2 years it expires unless you get an extension.
Thank you.
Some of the file numbers here,
Bylaws don't, but bylaws don't expire.
that's correct.
Sorry.
That,
Bylaws
the one that
don't.
you're looking at is
Yes.
a bylaw, those don't expire unless terminated by decision of council.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, did you have further
I
questions?
did have one last item, and it's on page 130, and it is Scott Crescent.
Can you read out the number in the first
Sure,
column?
it's 2018-40, DP 490. And I understand the application here is now starting external and internal review. I'm raising this because of the scale and history and complexity of this project. I and many neighbors of mine have had a relationship with this project proposal for 14 years now. And it's complex because it sits on top of how we get to downtown and how we get to schools. It was controversial mostly because of the road vehicle traffic solutions or challenges, and that dominated the discussion, but there are many details, and all the devils were in the details. I raise it now because this is now or never that some of these things are going to be addressed, and one is pedestrian trails through the site, and when we will have some solutions on that. And part of the proposed package is a very costly bridge, and there are some questions that the neighborhood would wish to ask about that. And the solution at Scott Crescent and Highway 99, there are some issues there that have long been identified that some persons would wish to have a chance to see the present solution. I note that it's going to advisory design panel coming. And finally, there is substantial road upgrades, not only on Scott Crescent but on Clark Drive. They're a part of this, and that's the middle portion of Clark Drive. And there are 4 properties in between those parallel routes that do not have sewer. And one of the issues that those property owners, who were part of a neighborhood group making presentations and in dialogue with the district and the proponent at the time, that never got resolved, is what do we do about this? Because when you got development on both sides of your home and you don't have sewer, this is because at that time there was no real practical way to deal with that. So these questions, it's now or never that we address them. So what I would propose, I can make a list and contact persons and pass that on to senior staff. But I would just caution you that there will be substantial public interest ongoing in this, because there are many details and also waiting periods as to solutions for pedestrian access through this property to schools in downtown. So that's what I would suggest. I can pass on just a list of summary of comments there, and just to be satisfied, or to be on our part and on staff's part, that these are recognized as having been persistent issues for many years now.
I would say that we would really appreciate any information or questions in advance of this coming to council.
Councillor Pringle.
Just wondering, I mean, you've asked for feedback and was jumping out at us. I'm wondering from your perspective, and maybe you could Pandora it at a different time, but is there anything in these that jumps out to you as this one is actually very consistent with what we hear council saying, but they're going to need a lot of variances? Is there anything, or on the flip side, there's this one here that's totally consistent with our existing bylaws, but hearing council conversation, we think, you know, it's going to be contentious. Are there any ones like that on here that jump out to you?
There's probably plenty.
Oh, okay.
One way or the other.
A lot of questions.
Yeah.
And there's probably too many to try and have, on my part, an educated conversation with you. So I think whenever we have a larger proposal that is, that either has a lot of, it's trying to do things differently than the bylaw proposes, we come to council in a committee setting to workshop it. But usually it's for much larger developments. In the past, I think we used 200 residential units as sort of a threshold. And then of course there's others out there that may not be necessarily residential that we would bring to council. But a first reading is also an opportunity to workshop rezonings.
Ms. Bundy?
Through the chair, while I can appreciate council wanting these things highlighted, I don't think it's the venue to do it. It's too speculative and ad hoc, and I don't think that's fair to the applicants or even for council in terms of the accuracy of the information, and almost asking staff to speculate before a formal application comes before you or your committee is how we prefer to do it.
That's fair. Would it be helpful to add a specific designation of which ones will be coming to council? Because some of these are delegated, correct?
Yes, some of them are delegated.
Is there an easy way to differentiate which ones are being delegated and which ones council will be seeing?
Yes, we could just add a column that identifies whether it's delegated or not.
Maybe that would be helpful.
Okay.
Any further questions, comments? We have a whole other portion of this conversation to come, so. Yes,
I think it's of interest that there are 4 applications for the business park, 1 on Midway and 3 on Queensway. They're of substantial scale, and I'd like to almost go back and reread where we were left off before the summer on our business park plans, but and to situate what these proposals are in that context. One thing I notice is that the types of industrial bays, if you like, that are being developed are going to be limited as to what the types of businesses that can use them. And I would like to, through the process of the zoning bylaw review and the engagement process that will be a part of that, to better understand and be comfortable that we all understand what the needs and demands are relative to types of industrial space. What I hear is that a lot of people looking for space wouldn't be able to use the ones that are being built here on Queensway in particular. They're too small, they're not adapted to trucking, fuel handling, mechanic shops. And if we look at the businesses that are going to be displaced over time through past OCP changes, truck fleets and shops they represent quite a number of them. What are we going to do about this category of medium or somewhat medium business? So this is a concern. I just mentioned it because of the scale and the amount of land that's going to be taken up along Queensway and Big Lot on Midway with a particular type of building, particular type of light industrial. Where does that leave us? So I just pose that too. I'd like to over time build a better picture of that and see where we're at.
Thank you.
I would say that sort of work we have a number of things that are ongoing with the employment lands modeling to help inform the conversation that's going on with the zoning bylaw review. So I trust that those conversations are occurring through those other avenues at this time. All right, I don't see any further detailed questions on our list in front of us, but we do have another conversation around how we prioritize development applications, so I'll pass it back over.
Thank you. I actually have a presentation for this part.
Oh.
Okay. So here it is, the priority development application update, and this stems from the work that was done in 2018. Council adopted a policy which prioritized 3 types of applications. Those that were proposing rental housing, whether it was affordable housing or market rental housing. And you can see in the first line on the table, the 2 lines, if a project is doing 30% or more of affordable housing in the overall count of units, it's a priority. If it's market rental housing, then it's 50% that makes it a priority. Employment space, so 100% of the project being employment space in mixed use areas. So we didn't want to adopt a policy that would essentially apply largely to the business park, because that's what development we're already seeing there. It's more in areas like downtown if somebody came around and wanted to build a fully commercial building, things like that. And then finally, energy efficiency. So those development permits and building permits proposing to go to step 4 or higher under the BC Building Code. And the reason why it's step 4 is because some of the more complex buildings right now can only go to step 4. So under the energy step code, there's 5 steps, but buildings that are regulated by part 3, such as larger multifamily buildings, they can only achieve step 4. So it was kept at that. And so the efficiencies, it's really, this policy is about process efficiencies, what the applicants can gain from committing to doing one of the objectives under the priority policy. So reduce waiting times with staff meetings, reduce waiting times for application assignment. We just talked about the time that it takes to process an application. Well, the first couple of months on a lot of applications now is essentially you're sitting in queue before it gets assigned. So we're making sure that project leaves the sort of review pipeline, and then we put another project in. Also, reduce waiting times for application response. So the policy commits to responding, once the application is assigned, then staff get working right away on reviewing the application, and within, I think, 30 days, we provide the initial response to the applicants, and then that sends them off working on making the changes to the application. Further commitments is a commitment to one advisory design panel meeting. I'd say maybe half of projects end up going to the advisory design panel twice. So if the design panel has significant comments and want to see the project back, we usually bring it twice. In some cases, project has gone 3 times to the ADP. So under this scenario, there's security for the applicant that you're only going once. And then staff work with the applicants to resolve all the issues identified by the ADP. The projects get priority placement on council agendas and ADP agendas or committee agendas. We allow for concurrent application processing, so you can submit a rezoning application, development permit, and a site alteration permit, let's say application and a building permit application. In other cases, we try to stagger those to make sure that, if we're working on a development permit application, and that if applicant submits a building permit application, changes happen on one application, we need to make sure that that transpires to the next. And so to keep the process efficient, from our perspective, we try to separate the two. In this case, we allow them to put as many applications in as possible. And then the planner supports the application after the planning stage is done, so sort of shepherds the process, make sure that it keeps moving until it's out of our hands. Some of the limitations on the policy, we don't take on more than 5 projects, otherwise we just wouldn't be able to cope with probably having 10 priority projects. Priority is all we'd be dealing with at any one point. It is applicable to small to medium-sized projects, so I believe the cutoff in the policy for residential, let's say construction, is 200 units. Anything over 200 units is complex enough that we need to make sure that we're spending the time reviewing it rather than trying to expedite it. And then, of course, as every application is very dependent on the applicant's ability to advance. So sometimes we give the applicants the feedback, we kind of get quickly to that stage, and then the applicant goes away. Some applicants take a month, some applicants take 6 months to come back to us with the changes. So it's out of our hands. Projects today, these are the 3 projects that have been sort of gone through the whole system and are out of our hands. So under one roof is the adaptable and supportive housing project being built on 3rd Avenue. There was no development permit for this project because it's institutional, but the building permit took 10 months. And the reason why it took 10 months is because of the back and forth, the revisions that had to be done in order to comply with the code. So there were 2 revisions, and it took a while for the applicants to respond. Aspen Road, it's a step 5 energy efficient townhouse development. Development permit took 5 months and the building permit 6 weeks. In this case, for the building permit, there were no revisions necessary. That's why it moved so quickly through the process. And then finally, the North Yards development permit for 39666 Government Road. That's the mixed-use District 1. That's the first project that's being built right now. Again, development permit was 6 months, which kind of represents our minimum for normal application, minimum amount of time. And the building permit took 3 months because, again, with this one, there were 2 sets of revisions that were necessary to the plan, so it took a little longer. But for a project like this, a building permit would be at least 6 months for us to go through, even to just get to the stage where we're reviewing it. Current projects underway in terms of review. Here's a list of 5. So there's the 3rd Avenue project, 100% rental. I think it's opposite this from the Lauren that's being built right now. There's another development permit right next to 39666. So you can actually see in this picture here. This is 39666, 100% rental project with commercial on the bottom. This is the next phase by the same applicant on the adjacent property. It's also a 100% rental project. Council hasn't seen it yet, but it is going to ADP this month. Then we've got Railtown, which we just discussed. It's a project that's been approved, but it still hasn't been issued. We don't have a building permit application yet, so it's still holding up a spot in the queue. The West Winds project on 3rd Avenue, that's the seniors affordable housing project. Although this project exceeded the maximum threshold of 200 units, I think this was 230 some units. It's a policy, and a decision was made that it should qualify. So that development permit has been approved, it's just waiting to be issued. And the building permit application, I believe, is in. Then we've got Buckley Avenue, which is the affordable housing project that district is spearheading. That is also going to advisory design panel, I believe, this month. So those are the new kind of current applications. Other applications that we fast-tracked are, like I said, tenant improvements at building permit stage. We try to now keep it at approximately 5 weeks, which is much faster than the rest of our applications, as well as institutional building permits. So occasionally we get a school district application, and those also get expedited. Usually there's some sort of deadline that's related to the school year starting. And that's about it. Thank you. Take any questions.
How do you think it's working?
I think it's working. It's been really interesting to see a number of projects to subscribe to the policy in the mixed-use District 1. I don't know if it's a byproduct of this policy. It's probably a combination of where the funding was coming from. But in terms of time savings, there's certainly time savings that are probably representative of about half the time that would normally take the district to take the project through the line. At the same time, we're not seeing a big impact on other applications, which was one of the things that we were anticipating. So that's on a positive note. We're certainly seeing that. One thing that I would recommend changing is the energy efficiency requirements. I think that should probably be changed to just a maximum step under the building code, because that would then push every application to the maximum rather than keep everybody at step 4. We've certainly seen a lot of interest from folks that want to build energy efficient buildings in being part of the policy. I'm a little bit worried that right now it's limited to development permit and building permit, because I could see this jamming up with this whole 5-spot priority line being jammed up with energy efficient projects. So maybe some thought could be put on to limiting the amount of energy efficiency buildings in that pipeline.
Well, and that was actually, I think you touched on it, but staff were able to manage 5 priority at a time. Not too much upset in the department. I mean, is 5 the right number? Should it be 4? Could it be 6?
5 seems to be the right number at the moment. It seems to be working, and when I say 5, that means a project that if it's in the planning stage engineering stage, building stage, it takes one, one spot on the overall line. So at any one point, a single department may only be working on 2 to 3 priority projects.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just make a comment. I, for one, would be receptive to that type of amendment to policy if it came back, so
Okay.
we just have to deal with that.
Councilor Panda?
Yeah, so related to some of the discussions now, and today actually, I'd be very supportive of changing energy efficiency to step 5 and 0 emissions, and that will constrain that even further, and I think in a way we need to go. To be a bit provocative, why could we not say, well, actually, we're fine if we can only process one non-priority application and the rest of our time is full on with priority applications only? Like, is there a reason why we couldn't do that and really drill down on these sorts of projects?
Yes, it probably become very painful for everybody else to do business
I guess that would be
with us. So it just, it would be, I think, we always try to balance customer service expectations. And so in the spirit of that, I would suggest keeping it at that number.
Mr.
Part
President.
of the problem, I think, not part of the problem, part of the issue is it's lumpy too, isn't it? Some of the priority stuff is weeks of intense work, and then it goes back to the applicant and it's quiet for a couple of weeks. Then it's a couple of weeks of intense work. We can put our feet up in the intermediate 2 weeks. We're cool with that.
Or if you have 40 projects, they balance it better.
I was going to ask perhaps a bit of context there is, so we have 5 priority projects currently, like spots. Is there a wait list for those 5 spots? Like, what does that look like in terms of, are we turning priority projects away at this point and just putting them in the regular queue? Like, what does that proportion look like?
Yes, we've had a wait list on and off. So it's, sometimes at the moment, I think there is one project that's on the wait list, but we're still, it's the one on Tantalus Road, the big project on Tantalus Road. I don't know if it would qualify, it probably would. But at some points we've had 2 projects. Sometimes there's none, sometimes there's one. It's kind of fluctuating, but there's not a big waiting list.
To your previous comment or question, I would also be supportive of upping the energy efficiency of buildings requirement. And kind of in a similar vein, I wonder if it's worth also increasing the minimum threshold for the market rental housing, given that the ones that we're currently seeing are coming in at 100%. Is that something that we want to be supporting entirely, or is the minimum of 50% supportable because we're looking for more mixed kind of development?
For you, I agree. Probably bumping that up to 100% makes sense, because the reason why we put it at 50 initially was to kind of see whether there's going to be any take up in increasing rental units in housing complexes. But it seems like the people that are building those are going after a different type of funding, and in those cases they're just doing 100%. So it makes sense.
Councilor Pena?
So just to follow on Councillor Stoner's comment, am I correct in thinking, we've got 5 plus 1 or 2 on the wait list priority, and those are the yellow ones on here, and all the blue and light blue, that's all the non-priority kind of in the queue right now. And assuming that is correct, from my perspective, we could stand to up the number in the priority queue.
My sentiment there, I think, is that if I think about the process that we have, if there's an application that comes in and we are required to respond to it, we can't just ignore people who walk in the door. And so I think if we make everything a priority, then staff get really strained in terms of actually being able to respond to people who are just here looking to do business.
And if I can add to that, we also have a number of projects that have been going on for years that are now maybe out of planning hands, but they're in engineering or building, and they just we have to deal with them now, and just might add more stress to staff, to sort of tell people that we're dealing with priorities only at the moment.
I'll just take a straw poll around the table around people's sentiment of upping the energy efficiency requirements and the rental housing requirements. Is there anybody who's particularly opposed to that? Yeah.
To clarify, is it okay to test for zero emissions and step 5 as opposed to just increasing
Yeah.
the energy emissions?
We'll test the zero emissions in step 5 component on the energy efficiency, if that's something we want to go towards.
It just, for me, it raises questions, and so I couldn't tell you right now whether I mean, if we're gonna have a discussion about it, we could have a discussion with the staff presentation. I couldn't say right now whether I would go for that or not, because for me, there is a balance in this. I mean, we don't want to stop construction, period, and put a lot of impediment in the way. Even though we're quite busy now, I struggled through 2.5 terms where we weren't busy. We were spending a lot of time in the streamlining process to bring investment to town, and now that it's here, I don't want to kind of close the door in their face. So I think there's a balance point there, and I would, speaking for myself, would want to know what the ramifications of that might be.
Will echo Councillor Race's sentiment entirely. I'm much more ready to support raising the bar on rental rather than energy efficiency at this time. There's lots of complexity to it.
So to clarify, the question was if there was appetite to raise the bar on the energy efficiency standards to the maximum under the step code as well as zero emissions.
Right.
For me, it's the zero emissions part.
It's the zero emissions part, that's kind of a question mark. So turning that back to staff in terms of, one, was it in your work plan or scope to review this priority policy? And if we were to direct you to try and get some sense of what the impact would be if we were to include zero emission builds there?
In terms of workload, so we did plan for sort of annual update to the policy because we want to be responding to, you know, the kind of needs out there. So definitely wouldn't take much to come back with a simple amendment to the policy. On the zero emissions, I'd have to do a little bit of research in terms of what we've seen so far. So maybe this could be an interim step, is to go up to the maximum step, and then from there on another update to go up to zero emissions, just as a suggestion.
That's okay, no?
Yeah, and just to point out, I mean, there's two pieces to this. There's one is how strict one, because someone can qualify by doing the employment space one of the housing and not touch energy efficiency at all. So I don't think to get into this queue, people have to hit all of them. So putting a very high standard of energy efficiency isn't necessarily a barrier. We're also so far, I think, talking about limiting the queue to 5 of many pages. So there again, adding that commitment isn't something that has any real potential to stop business. It is just for someone that really wants to showcase, like, hey, I am a leader. I'm really doing something special here. Provides that opportunity. And I might try and say, well, we should make this queue to 40 on top of this, and maybe that won't get support. But I think, from my perspective, being aggressive on that one line item alone shouldn't, if that's the only thing we do, that won't inhibit development, I don't think.
Do we have any, and this is going to be a question to you, do we have any examples of somebody who's built at zero emissions off the top of your head? Chris? Councilor Pangborn?
To be honest, I have been unclear until recently about the distinction between net zero and zero emissions, and so I've been sort of, in my mind until now, envisioning step 5, well, that's zero emissions, and that's great. And so it's a more recent thing. I'm wrapping my head around that. So the step 5 buildings we have, I don't know if they're zero emissions or not. They may be, I'm not sure.
So on that point, I would be hesitant to support inclusion of net zero or of zero emissions buildings, simply of a lack of understanding of what that would actually look like in real life. I'm happy to support meeting the maximum step code, aka step 5 for residential and step 4 for more complex. With that being, if and when we see zero emissions builds becoming a reality, then we can prioritize those. But from what I understand, I don't think we've ever seen that sort of application come through.
I would have to check with our building department to see if we even have that kind of information. I just don't know.
It seemed to me that the discussion of zero emissions as a target is something that would benefit from our process over the next 6 months in connection with the presentation we had this morning on climate action strategy. So I'm ready to support the step 5, but it's the zero emissions part that to me introduces a need for further discussion of this.
I mean, I'll go back and test around the table the support for upping the market rental component to 100% of the dwelling units. So support on the table for that? Generally speaking, yes. Okay. Any other feedback on the prioritization policy?
Just a question, clarification. If someone comes and says, well, I'm actually hitting the housing, the employment, and the energy efficiency one, do they jump to the top of the queue, or if you hit one of those, you're in the queue as equally as anyone else?
So far, because we've limited it to 5, as soon as you're in the queue, I don't know if we could do it any faster, essentially. We're doing it to the maximum of our ability. So I just don't know if we could expedite it any faster than we already do.
If I can clarify, I think Councilor Pagno was maybe asking like if you're on the wait list
I see.
and you hit 2 or 4 of those, are you higher on the prioritization priorities wait list?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Great. We don't have multiple priorities. Councilor Pagno.
And maybe a shorter way of getting to what I'd like to get to is like, the more we can encourage people to do more of these things in one project, the better. In multiple projects.
Yes. If I may just respond quickly to that. I think I mentioned it before, we are planning to come back with some other incentives that, this is just about process, but there may be other things that we could restructure our fee structures of how we treat projects that could actually result in real savings for some projects, also an incentive.
I think that'll be a helpful piece here too. My one other question that you brought up, Mr. Velaniskis, was if we wanted to potentially allocate a certain number of those 5 spots for the energy efficiency ones versus the other projects, given a potential of a rapid increase in the number of energy efficiency buildings coming. I don't think I heard any response from council on that specific point. So if anybody has any thoughts on whether a certain number of those 5 priority spots should be allocated to specific priority areas, or if we should just leave it open. So like staff.
That is very correct, because we could get into a scenario where, we get 5 single-family building permits for step 5, and technically then our whole line is 5 projects, no matter where they are in the process. So I would recommend limiting the energy efficiency just because we know that's, as you said, is coming down the line quickly.
Councilor Panga?
Is it, I'm just trying to, is it unreasonable to flip this a little bit and say, we commit to a queue of 10 non-priority projects, and then we maximize everything that fits that, so, there's a way for the non-priority, and maybe that just doesn't make sense in terms of the workflow and the waiting times and all of that, but, because, I think at the end of the day, it's a win if 90% of the projects are doing 2, 3, 4 of these things.
I honestly think it's going to be very difficult to tell everyone else that you have to sit and wait. You'll get a lot of emails.
Okay, please.
Mr. Velaniskis?
It will also be difficult for us to deal with trying to expedite that many projects at any one time, just because there's only so many staff, and Usually we try to limit one project per staff person. Sometimes they have 2 priority projects, no more than that, just because it can be, there's deadlines of how quickly you have to move through the process. So I think without changing the way we process permits and maybe increasing staff, I don't know if we could deal with a lot more than what we do now.
Councillor.
Yeah, I'd be hesitant to go there and for a couple of reasons. I mean, if everybody's a priority, then nobody's a priority is one problem. And there is a limit to how many staff we can put on this. And the other thing is, just generally, this was something that just came up in the last term, just at the very end of the last term. And I think, from my perspective, it seems to be working. There's the odd tweak. I want to take carefully measured steps if we're going to start changing it. And I don't want to kind of just pull the whole thing up and go off in some other direction, because I kind of like the way it's going. It seems to be working. If we look at this, we're getting a lot of what we want to get. So I think we can tweak it. A major review of it, I don't think we're there yet. I'd like to see it sort of evolve a bit more.
Councillor Pagno.
Just take one step further back then, and I guess rather than maybe fiddle too much with this, I think it is, the end goal is we do want to see all the projects coming forward doing this somehow at the end of the day. And maybe this isn't the tool to do that, but maybe we're starting, hopefully we're at that tipping point where a lot of people want to do this, and let's make sure that whatever we're doing here doesn't start to discourage people because they're like, well, I'm not going to make it in the top 5, and I'm kind of at that borderline, so I'm not going to bother now. Like, whatever we do, it should be still, there's real good reason to do these things, even if you're not going to make it into whatever queue system we have.
I do appreciate where you're coming from. It goes back to this concept of ideally we want all of our resources to be supporting our OCP policy and our strategic objectives of what we're trying to push. This is the sort of development that we want to be seeing happen. But I am of the sentiment that if you make 90% of the things a priority, then none of them are a priority. And so I think this might not be the right tool to leverage there, but I think we can continue to revisit it. I think, as Councillor Ray said, it does seem to be working. To your point of whether we reserve a few, just like a certain number of the spots for the energy efficiency piece, from my perspective, I'm not as concerned about that at this time, given that we do review this at least on an annual basis, that if next year we see that list is 100% energy efficiency projects, then we deal with it then. But I think there's enough diversity of projects coming through, and it sounds like staff have made some decisions along the way around if there is a wait list, which ones are getting in. So maintaining kind of that mix of projects, if there's the opportunity to do so, then great. But if there's only 5 projects that are in the wait list and we have 5 spots open, then take what we can get. That'd be my sentiment on that.
And I'll just add, I mean, going back to the first discussion we had about the value of these, to me, this is sort of an ongoing way that we can review how this is working, because we'll see the priority projects there. And if we see a pattern that we don't like, it's a policy. We can change it pretty quickly. As I say, for myself, so far I haven't seen that pattern.
There is no specific recommendation. Would you like a resolution of council to amend the policy?
Yes, I think that would be useful.
Yeah, so it's direct staff to bring forward amendments to the development application review policy as discussed. We do the whole meeting on September 10th, 2019.
Moved by.
No, can you itemize what they are, because for the minutes and
Oh,
for us to
okay.
actually go away and action it.
Yeah.
Changes including increasing market rental housing to 100% of principal dwelling units, and changing the energy efficient building standard to maximum step-door. I think that was it. It's just those 2, I think.
Yes.
That was it. That's it.
All right. So that was moved by Councillor Race. I'll second it. Any further questions, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome back to Committee of the Whole. Hope everybody enjoyed their short lunch. We are talking building bylaw minor updates, and I'll pass it over to you, Mr. Velaniskis.
Thank you. I'd like to present Richard Mathews, who's our Chief Building Inspector. Some of you are new to council, some may have not had an opportunity. Richard's kind of the head of our building department and will be presenting this minor update.
Hi, how are you today? We're just looking at the building bylaw and sort of do some clarification of it with the step code. We're getting some challenges because of the way it's worded right now. We just want to clarify it to make it easier for everyone to understand that's reading it. So we want to actually remove the concrete framing aspect out of it and take concrete completely out of it and just stick with the actual make or occupancy of the building, whether it be residential or multifamily or industrial or commercial, instead of giving it a prescriptive way to build or construct. So by clarifying that, then when they bring in a building, they'll know exactly what step it has to be to. Instead of challenging us, well, if I give you 2% concrete, we'll apply for the reduced energy. Yeah.
Okay. Council, any questions? Councilor Hanson?
Thank you for the information that the initiative here is based on feedback and dialogue with the development community that didn't actually leap off the page here for me. So you are getting inquiries and questions and proposals and such from the developer community on this type of decision.
Yes. Ones that were actually trying to get us to steer it to a lesser energy, which is sort of going against the grain of council right now, as we're trying to encourage the energy and reduce the greenhouse gases for the buildings. So I just want to be clear, and I've done a little bit of research with other municipalities, and they've taken it completely out, as in the building aspect of it. They just kept it as the occupation itself.
Councilor Perry?
I did have more of a comment. I'm not sure if we should wait till it's moved or unless someone would like to hear that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm pleased that this makes a lot of sense to me. One thing though jumped out just because of a recent event I went to, that, and this refers to the comment I made earlier around that 15% biogas sort of number. Net zero and the movement towards higher efficiency buildings is really important with the challenges ahead of us, but you can have a net zero building that's still powered by fossil gas and have, despite it being net zero, a significant detrimental impact on GHG emissions. And so it's a really good change, I think, and I hope we will keep it in mind as we think about other things. It's not net zero in and of it by itself. That will make a difference. There are other components we need to be thinking about as well.
That's a very good point. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which begs the question,
It's,
under the building code, can we dictate what kind of heating, cooling system buildings can have?
no.
Energy?
We are limited with the energy that they give us for the steps, especially for industrial buildings. Industrial buildings are a completely different animal than commercial, institutional, residential, multifamily. They, for one thing, they're governed by either the NECB, which is your National Energy Code for buildings, or ASHRAE 90.1. And that's your American standards for heating and refrigeration engineers. They are what you have to base and model the industrial buildings on, because industrial buildings have high ceilings, they're open space, big bay doors, hard to heat, hard to keep the heat in there for a consistent time. So they build them to either the NECB or the ASHRAE 90.1. Right now, I would say a majority of them are coming in under ASHRAE because they want to deal with the heating and the cooling aspect of it. NECB is a little bit more costly at first because you're dealing with the envelope of the building as well as your lighting, all your controls. So you have an initial more cost up front, but it saves in the long run. The life of the building, the owner's expenses, all of that. Where ASHRAE just deals with your heating element and your cooling element, and looks at your base envelope of what it's going to fit into.
Would we be offside, Mr. Mathews, if we tried to implement something that said by 2030 your building not only has to be net zero but emissions free?
If I may
Yeah,
please take a stab at it, I think we probably would be offside unless it was done through some sort of a density bonus scheme, not in the building bylaw, but probably in the zoning bylaw.
In the zoning bylaw, yeah.
And that is something we are going to be looking at.
I smile on purpose. Seems we're doing a zoning bylaw, we're right.
Yes.
That is going to also be a little bit different, not only from the zoning bylaw, but from a building aspect, because they keep changing the ash rate basically every 2 years. So it is getting increasingly better for GHGs in industrial buildings. And also it's the use of the industrial building which dictates a lot of what you can ask for. And I think that the code is looking at the different NECB because they've just changed as well, and they've increased about 15% more energy efficiency. But the province is looking at both companies right now and how they're dictating basically big industrial buildings and hangars and things like that. And they are slowly getting to the point where they are realizing we have to do something with the envelope and we have to do something with the doors. And so I feel it will eventually be there. Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Yes, and residential as well. I think we're one of 28 municipalities that are enacting the STEP code right now.
So we'll have to just keep looking for those ongoing levers to sort of accelerate the transition, not just to net zero, but to net zero.
Exactly, yeah. And I let planning know when we have a change from the province of when there's new energy requirements, so that they know with their planning meetings and everything else, the developments that are coming in.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councilor?
So we have not only building energy efficiency, but also embodied energy in a building, and building resiliency, recycling of a building at its end of life. And my question to you is, would you foresee that we would look to an amendment of the building bylaw to incorporate the green demolition provision? Is that where we would look in our toolbox to implement this?
The demolitions right now as they stand, because the buildings are older than 1990, they all have to have a hazard assessment done. So they are all basically being taken apart piece by piece and recycled. That's not only industrial, but residential. So, and a perfect example is on Buckley, on the corner of Buckley and that little, I'm not sure what, right beside Newport. There's a house that had a high hazard assessment done, and they are going in literally piece by piece and taking each piece out, washing it, and disposing of it. So that's already enacted with the province and WorkSafe. So I don't feel that we need to put it into the building bylaw.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Marietta?
So I'm following on Councilor Anderson's question. We have a lot of construction waste that comes to the landfill because people aren't source separating. So it may be clean, but it's not deconstructed in a way that helps us necessarily recycle. And I think that's where Councilor Anderson was coming from, is that is deconstructed in a way that is reusable, potentially, or as a resource for someone else, versus just making sure it's clean and then taking
Yeah.
a backhoe in and carrying it down.
Mr. Velaniskis?
If I may, for you, again, I think that maybe the levers are somewhere else, other than building bylaw. Maybe it's the way we regulate waste that comes into the landfill. The building bylaw is really strictly what is allowed under the code and what's regulated under the code. And if it's an activity that's not prescribed under the code, then the energy efficiency is really the only new addition that we can manage, where we have flexibility in to what level we apply it.
It'll be interesting because this morning we talked about our community energy and emissions plan that is now in development. And one of the pieces where we do have quite a bit of control over is around promoting the circular economy and so that someone's waste becomes a resource to someone else. And so it'd be interesting to look, you know, with the building bylaw sitting there as what gets built, you know, to Councilor Anderson's point, what is it getting built with? Can we influence that more? And then how is it being deconstructed at the end of its life so that it helps create this circular economy? And so I think as we go forward, we need to start to look at all of these pieces in relation to, if we move something on the building bylaw, how does it affect those other two ends of the spectrum, that sort of thing. So they are connected, but I recognize the point that this isn't the place to put it, but then where do we put it?
Yeah, I think Mr. Velaniskis is right. Typically that's dealt with through some sort of solid waste pricing at the face to encourage people not to do that behaviour and take up another behaviour with respect to how they get rid of that material, and not the way they currently do, which is in a big pile.
And we can promote it through an order of a pamphlet that we can issue with the demo permits. If we had some form of description of where they can take the waste, or this company accepts this as in an itemized list, would be very helpful. Right now, for each permit we give out bearware, so that way each site is aware of that. But I think that would be a great idea, to be able to create some form of info package to put with the permits for the demo permits, so that way the businesses, they know which businesses take what and what the landfill accepts and doesn't accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's an interesting idea. On the piece of how do we incentivize, or is there a means or a lever that we could incentivize, improve, or a further amount of reclamation in the actual building? So thinking back to the building bylaw is how we build a building. Is there any lever or opportunity there to require like a higher percentage of reclaimed materials?
To build the new building?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so, if I may.
Yeah.
We are planning to come back to council in early in the next year. We'll have a discussion on fees for building permits and development applications, and I think that might be another opportunity of looking at how to incentivize what we want to see for a different fee structure.
Interesting. Further questions? I will move the staff recommendation. Seconded by Mayor Elliott. I will just say again that this is really exciting. Thank you for bringing us forward. I think it helps streamline our building bylaw and bring it more in line with where we're trying to go with our climate emergency, our OCP, and council strategic plan. So thanks for bringing us forward.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, this was just released by the province, so I made you guys each a copy so that you could see where we're at throughout the whole province.
Thank you. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So you want for council French as well?
Yeah, he's coming back.
Today sheets. Oh no, I got it.
All right. We will carry on. Mr. Velaniskis, you get to stay in the hot seat.
Yes.
Have a good trip. Hi, Karen. All right, welcome back to the Committee of the Whole. We are back and we're talking about the affordable housing policy and strata conversion policy, and I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Chair, Council. Today, Gary Buxton, General Manager here at the District, for those that may be watching. Two policies for the committee to review today, one being the PAH policy, and one being the strata conversion policy. We're looking for recommendations to approve the PAH policy. Council has previously seen that in June, so it's, I think, the second time around on this policy. The strata conversion policy is something you haven't seen before. That comes out of the Affordable Housing Programme report, which you did approve in June, and it's one of the recommended policies that report outlines. In terms of the portion of the housing sort of spectrum that we are looking to address is the sort of lower 1/3 being the rental subsidised housing and the rental housing portion of the spectrum. That's what this policy addresses directly. The remainder of the spectrum we aim to support through collaboration with others, but the principal aim of this policy is in the rental housing, the subsidised rental housing part of the spectrum. The purpose of the EPH policy is really around management of affordable housing units that either the district owns or we get through the CAC contributions. It's targeted at low to moderate income earners. There are no support programs, so it's not really intended for the more acute forms of housing needs. So the other forms of housing we seek to address with collaboration with other agencies, so whether that's emergency shelter, social housing, rent geared to income, or the lower income levels. That's not the sort of direct aim of this policy. This is really aimed at the low to moderate income earners. Just going back over the policy, its intent, much of this you've seen before, but a definition of affordable housing, rent limits and thresholds at appropriate unit sizes, eligibility requirements, waitlist management systems, and how to sustainably manage those units and assets that we get. Much of this hasn't changed in terms of the first time you've seen the policy to this one. I'll get into the changes that we've made just a little later on, but the affordability definition uses the CMHC guideline of 30% of before tax income. We're looking for maximum income at the 80% of the median for renters, and for sale units between 80 and 120%. That will be a later issue. We don't have any of those units in the pipeline, but it's sort of we're trying to future-proof this policy a little bit. Throughout the policy, it allows for affordability to be defined differently when working with other levels of government, so that we can actually get much lower than that, and we can get into some of the other forms of affordability. The perfect example is the Buckley project that we're working on, when we've got much lower incomes and rent geared to income units. There's some flexibility in this policy to allow us to work on those through housing agreements. Again, the policy itself isn't intended for very low levels of affordability. The projects that we have need to be financially self-sufficient, and that's very difficult to do with deep subsidy. And some of those deeper and more acute housing needs require support services for the tenants, and there are none proposed as part of the affordable housing policy or program that the district's offering. So more details that again have carried through from the previous policy. Rental rates need to be no more than 9% of median rents for district projects, or 80% for private. So if we're getting them through amenity contributions, it'll be at the 80% of median rent. So we're below market. Again, we allow for more affordability when cooperating with other levels of government. Again, there's that flexibility. Occupancy and unit sizes are addressed, and we're using CMHC and BC housing standards again in the policy. The eligibility, the eligible residents should not be owning real estate or more than $100,000 in liquid assets. The employment requirement of 20 hours per week, it remains unchanged, as does the fact that, or the eligibility requirement that residents must have lived in the district for a year and earn no more than the income levels, which would be for a 2 or more person household, 71,000. Maximum income for a 1-person household would be 34, and there's a minimum income as well. Again, it's not intended to be, this is low, but it's not intended to be super low affordability. So those are the elements that haven't changed greatly between June and now. Where we have made changes, section 2.1 has been clarified so that rents must be the lower of either the 80 to 90% of market rents or the income limits. It's sort of the lower of the two, whichever applies. I should also note that the policy is set up that we do adjust these numbers on an annual basis. So when we get new data in, we will adjust these numbers. So there'll be a change from year to year as new information comes in. Section 3.2 clarifies some basic age and citizenship and residency status requirements. Section 3 requires household income disclosure for determining eligibility. Section 3.4 clarifies some of the asset restrictions to be real estate no more than 5 years prior and $100,000 in liquid or cash assets. Section 3.4 has been clarified to allow for business owner as well as an employee to be eligible. That was the intent, it's now a little clearer. That requirement for the 20-hour local employment threshold is unchanged. Sections 3.6 and 3.7 have clear requirements for income and asset disclosures and implications or consequences for false disclosure. Section 3.8 allows for a PAH registration fee to be charged to tenants to offset the program costs. We're not establishing that fee at this point in the policy. It allows for that fee to be established. And section 3.9 is one of the more significant changes. It allows for the district or an operator to vary the provisions, the eligibility provisions of the policy in the case of bona fide needs. Now, when council saw this the last time, there were some questions about what if scenarios, what happens if there's an eligible tenant of this nature, that nature. Rather than trying to go on a specific incident or circumstance basis, the preference here is to have a more general approach to providing flexibility and allow the district or an operator to vary those provisions if they see a need and if it's consistent with the purpose and intent of the policy. Taking this approach rather than trying to say if it's this circumstance, then it applies. If it's a different circumstance, there are probably too many potential circumstances to try and itemize them all. So taking a more general approach. The accountability that comes with that is that variance must be reported on an annual basis as to why, how and why that variance is granted, albeit within the confines of maintaining applicant confidentiality. So if a variance is provided, the rationale is going to have to be reported annually so that we know why those changes were allowed. Section 5.3 allows for the waitlist to operate on a first come, first served basis. 5.4 and 5.6 outline how ensuring ongoing tenant waitlist eligibility is determined as you go through time. Sections 4 to 6 in the procedures section outline how income and employment are determined. 7 deals with exemptions from income, and that does include all child benefit support payments. And section 8 outlines exemptions from assets. So at this point, if council wants, we can deal with this policy, or I can continue to go through the strata conversion policy.
I think we'll do this one
Okay.
first and
Then that's the summary of where the policy, the PAH policy is at.
all right. Councillor Race.
Thank you. Just on the question of liquid assets and whether we want to further define that, and what I was thinking about was RRSPs or RIFs, whether those might be included in the definition or not. And I would suggest not, but I think we need clarity on that because somebody might assume that they are. And the difficulty with that is, of course, you take money out of a RIF or an RRSP, you have to pay tax on it for starters, and especially when you're doing it in a large sum or a lump, that can be quite painful. And the other is those are intended to be pensions, in effect, private pension plans, and you don't consider the future value of somebody's pension in any other circumstances, and so why would you here? So I think we can consider clarifying that one way or the other, but I would lean toward excluding them as part of the definition of liquid assets.
Mr. Buxton?
The procedures section 8 exempts RRSPs, RESPs and registered
this about 3 times and I
disability
didn't
savings. There was one other
It's on page
that
105.
you cited there, Councillor, a RIF. Yes. I'm not sure if that's different from.
No, you got it. Sorry, I
Okay.
dismissed it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I'd like to refer also to the, again, to the procedures section at the end of the policy document. And last time we had a discussion of this policy in June, the topic of monitoring and gathering of data was brought up, and you acknowledged that there's more work to be done, or at least a challenge to find the time to undertake this work. The first 3 items under procedure largely concern gathering and monitoring statistics, and my question is, how do you see the future role of yourself or the general manager, community planning department in this? The Integrated Housing Solutions Group is referenced as an informal nonprofit group. Is there a scenario where the status of that group may change and some of the statistics monitoring function may be transferred to that group?
These functions are in all likelihood going to be assigned to the Housing Corporation that Council asked me to look into in December of 2018. So I'm tasked with bringing back suggestions with the longer term process to fulfill the governance model. So I think these functions land with that. How that collaborates, coordinates and operates in conjunction with the Housing Solutions Group, I think is to be determined. That's part of that work. So the data collection here and monitoring is relatively straightforward, but I think Council's already given staff sufficient direction to create something where that function will eventually land.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettendale?
Yes, I have a few of them may need to be cut off at some point. The one, with this policy and the next one, there's some references to vacancy rates as a threshold. And the thought that came to mind, I mean, affordability of your home is a piece of the puzzle, but how close you are to a school with a well-funded path, and some of these other things I think are really important. So I wonder if there's a way for us to consider these numbers sort of per neighborhood or something that deals with those additional barriers. So it's not just that there's an affordable apartment, it's where that affordable apartment is. And I think for me that they are spread sort of evenly throughout the community, or you're not, we're not creating ghettos or something like that, as it were, in the
Yeah, the geography really isn't addressed in this. There is policy. That issue is certainly addressed in the housing strategy. That we don't want to do that. It's a little more difficult when some of our housing units, affordable housing units, are going to come through community amenity contributions, so that the location is somewhat prescribed for us. So I don't think these 2 policies are the place to address geography.
Maybe I'll come back to that in the Strata one.
Okay.
So one of the other things we're pinning our numbers to is CMHC numbers for Squamish. And as Squamish has and continues to gentrify, I sort of wonder, will this have the effect of reinforcing that gentrification and those increasing costs? And if we pinned our number to a more pan-Canadian average or a different average, might we sort of offset that gentrification a little bit and more broadly impact affordability?
Possibly, yes. the intent here is to have a clear and an unambiguous source of information on which we rely. If there's a sense that there's another metric that everyone can go to and it's clear, I'm not hung up on that particular metric. If there's another one that seems better, as long as it's clear and sustainable into the future, that we know we can go get it again. That was the only reason for selecting this. Is it's replicable, it's consistent. If there's another one, I'm open to looking at that and substituting it.
And I might just suggest on that one, maybe we should consider the Canadian CMHC average or the BC one as opposed to the Squamish one as a bit of a moderating factor, possibly. I had a question about some of the rules around employment restrictions. There's a reference to at least 20 hours a week and so on. And so for someone who's a private consultant, maybe they typically bill by project. Are we expecting them to start doing time tracking and submit that to the district? Or is this sort of a little more of a guideline, but enforcement is going to be a challenge? Or how do we...
I think that would then fall under the business owner. Operates a business in the district where the place of business is necessary for the day-to-day operation of business. If there's a sense that we want to include self-employment as a business, as a clarifier, that's certainly the intent. If you're self-employed in the district, then you should be eligible, provided you meet all of the other requirements.
And I guess I was somewhat related to that. I was trying to, because I had until fairly recently worked as a contractor consultant. The company was, I guess, headquartered in Nanaimo and customers all over the world, but I worked from my home office 40 hours a week. If my income was such that I would otherwise qualify, that it wasn't clear to me if I might, in that circumstance, qualify as someone working, technically doing my job in Squamish, but...
I mean, the threshold, an applicant must be employed or self-employed working in the district on a continuous basis for 20 hours a week. So I think it's fairly clear that in that case, yes, you'd be eligible.
But I would need to provide a time tracker or something in theory. That...
Hey.
Councillor?
Point well taken. Point well taken.
On this point?
Well, yeah, I can suggest in some cases, in things like this, it's kind of a management issue and how this manages going on. In some cases, something like a statutory declaration is sufficient to just keep track of where a person swears under oath that they're spending at least 20 hours a week on in some employment, some form of employment. So I think there are techniques, we don't necessarily have to decide today, but there are techniques to cover off that particular issue, I think.
I will, on that point, so that I had similar questions with regards to the employment pieces. So it wasn't entirely clear to me that necessarily just by stating that self-employed working in the district meant that you could work for a company that was headquartered elsewhere, but your hours were being done within the district. So I think that there's some clarification there to allow for the way that work is transitioning to being more remote. I'm going to cut you off unless you have something specific to this point, and then I'll come back to you once others have had a chance. You're out.
I know that Whistler just updated all their eligibility requirements for their housing authority, and I wonder if we've touched base with them to learn any lessons.
I'm not going to say where I got some of my source material from, but it came from further up the valley, yes. I don't know whether I looked at something that was, as far as I was aware, the most recent.
So when we drove up to the SLRD, we take Whistler councillors, and they said they had just approved their new criteria. So this would be recent.
I may have seen the staff report,
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Just checking on that. There's a piece in here about when people no longer meet the eligibility requirement and then would have to move out. and we give them 2 months' notice. And I wonder if we can link that a little bit more to the vacancy rate, because the folks that we're talking about here is actually our working population. And if the rental vacancy rate is near 0, 2 months actually might not be enough time, and in which case we'd be forcing people to move outside the district. Versus when the rental vacancy rate is higher, that 2 months could be very reasonable. So what I don't want us to create is a situation where, hey, I'm making more money, I'm no longer eligible, but I still can't find a house in the district at a higher rate. So I don't know how other councillors feel about that, but that's another one that I thought could be geared to what the vacancy rate was. The other, in the procedures part, we talk about reviewing, staff shall annually update attachment 1 to review of Statistics Canada, BC Housing, BC Not-for-Profit to sort of gear that income level. What we're seeing in major urban centers, and certainly for us that's close to one, is that wages aren't increasing at the same rate that housing costs are increasing. And so if we don't look at what's happening to wages generally in relation to housing, we actually may be skewing this number too high and not meeting, continually, perpetually meeting the need of this demographic of our workforce. So I don't know if there's wording we can add there to say we also need to look at how wages have changed as well. Because if they're not keeping pace with housing, we're going to force people out of.
Yes, I'm.
So we talk about an 80 to 90%,
Okay.
and then an income level. I want to make sure that that 80 to 90% is going to go higher and higher with the housing market.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But wages are not necessarily going to move at the same rate. And I want to make sure that we're reflecting in our decision making around what the income level is, that it may continually skew. It may not rise at the same rate as that 80 to 90%. No, so like they're not. I just want to make sure they're not connected.
No, so you take the lower of the two. So if the rent continues to escalate with housing prices, but incomes don't, it's sticky, and you'll stick with the lower, so it'll be based on median income, not on 80 to 90% rent. It's whichever is the lowest of the two.
Okay,
So
so that's clear.
I think I inserted language somewhere to the effect, of course, Jonas raised this, as Mr. Velaniskis raised it as well. And I think there's a clarification somewhere that it's the lower of
I did see that, but then in the procedures, we don't reinforce that, but that's fine as long as.
I did add something to section 2.1. Rental rates must be the lesser amount when using either the guidelines or the percentage of median market rent. So I added that in to try and address that issue.
My last question is, how do we know how many of these units we will need?
The simple answer is more than we have.
I know that is today, but also thinking back to prior presentations from the not-for-profit sector is that their subsidized housing depends on them being full. Their business model, so to speak, works because they have full tenancy. So how do we over time make sure we don't overbuild and create an issue?
We asked, actually the province has mandated housing needs assessments on a 5-year cycle. So we can go no longer than 5 years without redoing the document we did last year, which should answer that question for us. Yeah, no one's interested in an overbuild.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good news for any of our partners.
Okay.
Councillor Pettengill, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, so a couple things. I keep on reading about how wealth has concentrated in the baby boomer generation, and millennials and so on are really struggling. The incomes and the opportunities are the same, but it sets it up where, sort of on a personal level, to people in their 20s may be have a similar low to medium income, but in one case the parents quite a lot of money, and so I'm not sure that, for me, I think there's something in it that maybe we should be considering. I think it is, from what I understand, the increasing trend of parents needing, wanting, being willing to support the housing for their children, and I think somehow, and I don't have an answer here, and maybe it's just too complicated, but somehow I think we have to consider that, because if you can't afford it and neither can your parents, for me, you are a higher priority than someone whose parents could conceivably help out. So that's just one thought. The other thought, I mentioned, I think I'd heard that in Vancouver, they, as part of reconciliation, are allocating a percentage of affordable housing, reserving it for First Nations. And I think I mentioned this last time. I didn't see anything this time around. And as I thought more about that, I thought rather than concentrating just on First Nations, maybe it is important to think about a broader equity piece. Culturally, it may be easier or harder to apply or get one of these units to navigate the waiting list. And so I wonder if we should have, rather than just a straight percentage, something that considers the demographics, and do the demographics of the people occupying these units match the demographics of the community, or do we have some sort of balance there?
That's tricky to do. One of the issues you touched on is do you want, and that isn't addressed in the policy quite deliberately, that's a choice that we need to make as council and as a community, is do you want to set aside a portion of the units for a particular purpose? I've seen similar things: teachers, firefighters, emergency healthcare workers. We can do that as part of this policy. It's certainly possible. A more general assignment based on demography, it's possible. It's tricky to achieve because if the wait list isn't consistent with the demographic profile you want to achieve, do you leave units vacant? It's a tricky balance to do. I mean, we had this active discussion. I'm not sure that it's that easy to do in practicality. But I say setting aside units for quote a target market is certainly something that's not uncommon in these sorts of policies. Setting a target based on a demographic profile could be tricky.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, and just a thought, and I don't dispute that there are certainly some big challenges, but you might look at the makeup of the community, the makeup of occupied suites, and use that to prioritize who's currently on the wait list, and it may shift over time. We're not always going to have 100% match, but we can manage your wait list to sort of trend towards some sort of equity, I think.
Yeah, that's certainly a procedure that I didn't want to make a suggestion that we should target any particular sector or target market. But certainly adding that as a procedure is relatively straightforward if the target market is fairly clear. Again, it's just having some clarity about if it's a certain demographic profile that you want to mimic, being able to describe what that is clear to being able to meet the objective. If the objective is unclear, I can guarantee you I won't probably meet it. But if the objective's clear, then we can certainly try. Again, it's if the wait list isn't representative of that, then it gets a little interesting.
Okay, I'm going to put myself on the list, and I'll go back around the table with Councillor Race and Elliott on the list. And I'll put Councillor French just after myself because he hasn't had a chance to speak yet. My first question is if you could provide the context again for this. So I remember that this came out of our affordable housing strategy, that it was recommended that we develop a professionally affordable housing policy. And this is going to help us guide kind of this interim where we're accumulating units and or building them. But also in that kind of medium to long term, the plan is to establish some form of organization or governance structure to manage that. So is this policy an interim policy for the district to help us manage kind of those units as they're coming in, and we develop the rest of it, and then that policy kind of gets passed off to the governance structure? Where does this kind of sit with regards to that larger picture that we're trying to achieve?
It's not intended to be an interim policy, it's meant to be enduring, but that doesn't mean it's fixed in its current. It should be fluid based on where housing need appears. But yes, the intent is that we would, if we get into a partner agreement, and that's part of the work that's ongoing right now, if we get into a partner agreement, we would pass this to the partnering agency, and then yes, we would pass this document to the corporation or the entity that we create as a means of administering affordable housing. And I say the policies councils, and we should be looking at this regularly, if the housing need changes or council makes a decision to look at a different part of the spectrum, then the policy would change. But it's not intended that this is a 2 or 3 year policy. This is a pass off to a partnering agency and then to the corporation.
Okay. Councillor French.
One of the groups that I'm concerned about through this is those who work in the hospitality industry in Whistler and do not work in Squamish. So I'm wondering about works a minimum of 20 hours per week on average annually within the district. Where did that 20 hours, is that just made up? How did we arrive at that?
It's half time. I mean, is there a magic number? No, there isn't. But it's intended to quite specifically exclude people that work in Whistler. This isn't intended to solve Whistler's employee housing, and that's very, I'll be honest, that's very deliberate.
Good.
Councillor Rice, and you're on it.
Yeah, thank you. It was just a comment on 2 points raised by Councillor Pengill. Parents don't have an obligation to support their children apart from some narrow exceptions, and so to pull the parents into a means test is a bit problematic, and even if they did have means, there's no guarantee that they'll have the desire to support their children, and so you're kind of getting into sort of a whole bunch of other issues. And the second is with respect to when you apply demographics or cultural things to a housing policy like this, you run the risk of running afoul of the human rights legislation. And I know there's exceptions, I'm not an expert on it, but once again, I think you're on a really slippery slope when you try and put that kind of an overlay on a housing policy. So you have to be very, very careful and very, very deliberate if you are going to try to do something like that and get better advice that I can give you at the table here. So.
It's the same discussion that we had. Sorry, I forgot the 2 or 6 month, the 2 month issue that you raised earlier. 2 is the minimum required, and the sense was that if you're not eligible, you should be moving on. The policy has been drafted previously at 6 months, and I would suggest any range between the 2 and the 6 we can make work in the policy. It's just those 4 months you have eligible people that are waiting for units. So but do you extend that to provide a little bit more sort of sympathy, a bit more compassion? Yes, it's entirely possible to do either. So.
Okay, so I actually think it should be arranged, because I think when the vacancy rate is above 3%, 2 months is probably sufficient. When it's below that, I think it would be closer to 4. And I realize there's people waiting, but also I don't want to see people moved out of the community unnecessarily simply because they didn't have enough time to find housing. So I don't know how the rest of council feels, but I would like to see a little, or else we write into the policy that the operator can make an exception depending on current rate, vacancy rate. So maybe we don't define it, but we allow the operator to. I'm open to either of those suggestions, and perhaps that's a piece we could put out into the community for consultation. I don't agree with Councillor Pettengill respectively to base this on demographics, but I wonder if we should set aside some units. When we look at our housing continuum, and we talk about collaborating with folks that are doing emergency shelter and supported housing, short-term supported and long-term supported, and then you move into independent subsidized rental, and there's sort of a ladder. And if we think about wanting to move people through that spectrum, not everyone will be able to. Some people will always require long-term supportive housing, but others will be able, with that sort of support, to then move up. And what I'm wondering, perhaps in consultation with our nonprofit sector, is through this policy, should we have a means to set aside some of our perpetually affordable housing units to provide that next step? Because even if they're not going to own and manage them necessarily, should they have a confidence that they're there for them when they're ready to move some of their folks on? So you have a woman with children fleeing violence, so she's in temporary shelter through the House on Women's Center, but then through this policy, Ashley Oaks has got 10 units that we've dedicated to the House on Women's Center, so that she knows she can move people through those units. That Helping Hands, as they've got people that are ready to move on from under one roof, there might be units set aside so that Maureen and her folks have a place, so that they're not necessarily competing against the general market through this waiting list. That we actually do, for this demographic, set aside some dedicated units. And I think that's a piece that, if we're going to do more consultation on that, that's a piece that I'd like to see as part of the discussion, because if we don't create that continuum, we will have people stuck when they're ready to move on. So I think that would be something I would like to explore before we finalize this policy. And there's two questions I'm still confused about. So one is that CMHC includes utilities as part of their 30% calculation of shelter costs. But then there's a note in our document that says, however, including utilities in the 30% number will impact the amount of actual rent being collected and overall operating costs. So CMHC says it should be included, and our policy, I think, is saying that's too hard to estimate, so we're not going to include it, except that is fundamentally part of their shelter costs. So I'm still confused by that little note, because it doesn't appear anywhere else in the policy. That's on page 116.
Yeah, that's on page, it's under Schedule A, isn't it? Page 13 and 15 of the policy.
Yeah, page 13
Yeah.
and 15 of the policy.
The intent is that this came from discussion with a housing operator. Is that they typically, if you can meter them, you can manage them better. But they should be, as I said, they should be included under the CMHC. The utilities should be included.
So somehow that wording is not working for
Okay.
me.
Yeah.
I think we have to be consistent. And if nothing else, we should be able to provide an estimate. Even if you put them on separate meters, you should be providing an estimate of what utilities would be for a family 4 or a family 2, and making that your 30%. So I think that's another piece that we could maybe do some more consultation on. And then in your staff report, you talk about some of our units going over to Sea to Sky Community Services. And I'm wondering, I think in the context that Councillor Stoner asked the question, is is that temporary until we get this governance structure in place, or how do we understand the context of that piece of the recommendation?
So the Buckley project's going to see the sky based
Yeah.
on, that was BC Housing's strong recommendation. The other direction that I'm working from, and this is from December 18th, is that the District of Squamish Council directs staff to negotiate an interim partnering agreement with Sea to Sky. So, yeah, the intention is that this policy would inform that interim partnering agreement, but once the corporation's in play, then those are likely to pass back to the corporation that we establish.
Because we need a critical mass, that's what I've heard from staff prior to create a model that actually works.
Correct, yeah. So there may not be a lot for our corporation to do immediately. Having said that, discussions around, well, what form of corporation do we have? Could it coordinate, collaborate, or amalgamate with any of the other operators? Those are discussions that I think we need to have. That's work that will be ongoing. So I don't have an answer for how that's going to end.
Fair enough, so the word interim is missing there in next implementation steps. Negotiation of interim partnering agreement,
Yeah.
it seems good.
That is in the motion from December 18, interim partnering agreement.
Yeah, I was just, in this week's report, it just says a partnering agreement, so I just wanted to clarify that we're still talking about that interim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill?
Just with respect to everyone's comments around the demographic thing, I mean, maybe I can take a step back. I don't want to dictate managing with this by demographics and so on, but maybe we could, at least in the purpose section of the guiding principles, have some wording about the desire to see some sort of equity in how we do this, and at this point not take it further than that. And as a starting point, then maybe it's just watching and what is the impact and who is occupying these units. Is there an equity there or not? Or do we need to take further steps? Maybe it's enough direction that we put up communication about some of this. We think about it in that light. So maybe at the very least we can identify it in our guiding principles.
Really?
Through the chair, is a better way, rather than putting it in guiding principles, which doesn't do anything, it's not captured in procedure or policy, is a better way to capture it in how we report. So who is in units without breaching confidentiality? So how many people declare as First Nations? How many people declare as single family or single parent families? How many declare as, that kind of thing? So at least you have data. Because if you just put it in the sort of preamble, it doesn't really give us any data versus requiring a report.
Councillor Pettingill?
I'd be fine with that, but I would suggest that should also go in the principles, because that is why we are bothering to collect this data. At some point, we want to achieve some sort of equity somehow. So I think I take your point that having some action attached is useful, but I think as a principle, as a why for why would business is useful.
Mr. Buxton?
You're correct. It probably needs a monitoring and reporting section. We've had that discussion internally. For this exact issue, if we're going to deal with issues of equity and fairness, then that's information that we need to know. So I think that's a good suggestion that I can certainly incorporate.
I have one more detailed piece of feedback on the employment requirements. The other piece that I found a little bit confusing was the requirement so the section where it says an applicant must be a retiree from work or be unable to work due to disability and lived or worked in the district previously. Is that like immediately previous to retirement, or is it like had previously lived in the district and then left for a bit and came back? I just feel like that's a little bit gray in that.
You would have to have lived, because the eligibility requirement is residence in the district for 1 year, you would have to have lived for the previous 1 year.
Previous.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that covers, that sort of closes that gap.
All right.
Yeah, that's intended to sort of prevent retirees moving directly into the community.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, we do have another policy to get through before lunch. Do you feel like you got a fair bit of feedback here, Mr. Buxton? Mr. Kell, would you like to speak to this one? We'll have to come up to the table.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to ask.
Introduce yourself.
Maureen McKell, Squamish Helping Hand Society. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One, is there a team involved here in coming up with this policy? So who is that team and who's helped to inform it? And I mean, there's a lot of questions, but I'll just stick with 2 or 3. And the second one is, as far as partnering with other, to manage stock coming online, units coming online, separate units here, there, and other, not talking about Buckley, has anybody else, has any other organization been spoken to or have we talked about that thoroughly amongst our housing providers? And yeah, I'm actually not familiar enough with what's happening here to fully address some of the more detailed pieces. So.
Thank you, Ms. McKell. Can I have it back to you, Mr. Buxton?
Okay, so in terms of the team, this started with Macola, but I've done a lot of it. So it's basically been a district-driven initiative, starting with Macola. The second question was, so
you're partnering with organizations to manage some units coming online. Have we spoke to anybody else other than one organization?
Well, yes. There was an expression for request for expression of interest. I want to say a year ago.
Buckley.
No. Or was it? I'm struggling to remember. At that point, I spoke to Macola about their interest. There was an outlet from Vancouver who asked questions but did not provide a response to the RFEOI, and Sea to Sky were the only ones that responded to the RFEOI.
And did you? Okay. I don't think we're getting the information, a lot of the information, as a group of organizations that have a high investment in this area. So I'm not sure what RFP or ROI or what you're talking about. I don't think I saw it, unless you're talking about Buckley, which I totally, we understand, but then we're talking about other units. So somehow Buckley also include other units?
To be honest, I have to go back and look at the RFEOI.
So I'm feeling like there hasn't been enough engagement with other agencies and agencies in general, and I'm a little bit confused by that. I don't know if this should be driven solely by the district, when I know the priority is to not have this on the district's plate, and I'm pretty sure there's a task to get governments going, and we haven't moved on that dial. So anyways, those are my questions and my concerns about what's happening here.
Thank you, Mrs. McDowell, and thanks for raising those concerns. I do recognize that in the staff report, it was stated that there was outreach to the nonprofit housing roundtable. I do think that Mr. Buxton has received a fair bit of feedback on the particular policy today, that it's likely going to be amended again, and perhaps during that process we can ensure that we are doing a bit more broader outreach on these requirements with the full housing authority roundtable at that point.
Yeah. Is there a housing authority roundtable?
No.
Committee?
Sorry, I probably have the language wrong. It's the nonprofit housing.
The solution group. Yeah. To be honest, this didn't get a lot of airtime, particularly recently at the Housing Solutions Group.
Zero airtime.
It had initially. It was discussed at one or two of the meetings, but not recently. I'll admit that. in terms of going forward, I'm in the process of sort of getting additional contracted services, and though that will engage with all of the groups independently about how we move forward with this organisational development. So there's a lot more work to do on that. That has sat quiet for 6 months while I've been working on partner agreements and getting the Buckley project. So that is coming up.
It doesn't really make sense to me why this is not a constant conversation at that table. If you're calling that a table, which it is, I don't know, you know, I'm not sure. What can happen is, in the interim, the imbalance of power can start to happen, and it can really have a domino effect. And I think that it hasn't gotten off to the right start in terms of having an open, transparent discussion about each and everything that's coming up. We should know more about this 100%, and I'm sure the next one as well. So yeah, I don't know that I don't know how we go backwards and start having this more collaborative, and I know we have spoken about it. But anyways, I don't want to go into it. I just think we run the risk of it being one-sided or leaning in a direction because it's easier. And I don't think that's what we want to do, and I don't think that's what we've been working really hard to accomplish for this to happen, you know, for it to come out like that. So, anyways, thank you.
And thank you for those comments. There's no doubt there's lots of pieces here. I know that we have been stretched thin at the district on our staff capacity on this file, and as Mr. Buxton mentioned, we do have additional capacity coming in, and hopefully that can mean that we can do some deeper and broader engagement as we continue to move all these things forward, because it's not something that we're going to be able to manage solely as a district, and it's not something that we want to manage in the long term as the district. And so continuing to build those relationships and the outset will be very, very important. Mr. Buxton, do you have enough feedback on that one specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I'll presume what the pending motion is going to be.
Move on to the next one.
The strata conversion policy. Now this is a new one that Council hasn't seen before. It's intended to provide guidance to the approving officer and Council when dealing with the issue of previously occupied rental units that owners seek to convert into fee simple or for sale units, and dealing with the potential loss of rental units through conversion that do in large part get approved by the approving officer, which is a sort of a statutory position appointed by Council. This doesn't cover new rental units or new strata buildings that have not been previously occupied. Those, if they are submitted to the district, get approved by the approving officer if they're consistent with the development permit and the building permit. That's simply a check that they're consistent with the permit. It's not an option for the approving officer or the district to deal with. That's set in provincial legislation. So, new units, we need to use the other mechanisms, whether it's the rental zoning, which we've just, or in the process of adopting, negotiations at rezoning approvals through land development agreements, covenants or housing agreements. So the new ones get dealt with in that fashion. The conversions get dealt with through this policy, which is sort of, it's enabled through Section 242 of the Strata Property Act, which allows for the approval for conversion of previously occupied buildings to be filtered through the approving authority, which is Council or the approving officer, and it provides these sorts of things to consider, be it priority of rental accommodation, relocation, building life expectancy, maintenance costs, or any other matters that are worthy of consideration. And so we're given that opportunity to step in, and that's really what this policy is to work on these issues. Our land development procedures bylaw gives the smaller stuff to the approving officer, and the larger stuff remains with Council. OCP policy points into providing a policy of this sort. And the Affordable Housing Programme report, which Council approved in June, that said this is one of the policy gaps that we should probably add, because really that's the level of detail that's contained in the legislation. The policy is essentially trying to flesh out what those A, B, C, D, E mean when we come to actually dealing with it. So quickly, the content of the policy, it's quite brief. Strata conversions will not be considered while the residential vacancy rate is less than 3%. We haven't approved any in the last 3 years. And until, right now people are asking, well, when will the district consider sort of moving on that stance? This attempts to answer that question in terms of not at all until it's greater than 3%. We may, if it's between 3 and 5%, if the displaced residents can be moved to other affordable housing projects where there's a vacancy. I don't know that we've seen that in the last long time. Or to a brand new rental unit. So we're adding stock and there's essentially no net loss. It allows for conversions when the vacancy rate exceeds 5%. And Section 4 attempts to deal with sort of the renovation and demolition cases. It requires the applicant provide reports that the building is beyond repair. They need to submit a building permit. The additional proof for the intent to demolish, renovate and repair. It's some significant work on their part. And it's really a proposed or intended deterrent to less than valid efforts to displace tenants. I don't know that we can effectively prohibit demolitions and renovations, but this is intended to make sure that you are serious about that intent through the reports and permits that you need to submit. So that really it's a short, sweet policy. It's really intended to provide some detail to the factors that the legislation allows us to deal with, give some clarity to me as approving officer and to council if they're dealing with requests for conversions. If council has questions, I can certainly try and answer them.
Councillor.
Thank you. Could you go back to the section from the Act? Please? So, I'm trying to think back, and I'm a little foggy about it, but does this policy not also apply to commercial buildings? Or is it exclusively residential in the Strata Property Act? And I'm a little bit vague on it, and it might have changed since then, but I remember an issue was back in the mid-90s on the conversion of a commercial building. And so, and the issues around that. So, I'm fine with the policy, except I think we want to clarify that it applies to residential, not necessarily commercial. There's different issues. And when we're talking about a rental vacancy rate, in the policy, it just talks about rental vacancy rate. And just to clarify, that's the residential rental vacancy rate, because there's also a published commercial rental vacancy rate as well that different real estate organizations put out. So it's clear that this just applies to residential conversions. I think that is the intent.
That is entirely the intent, yes. It's not really designed to deal with commercial.
So my only suggestion would be, because I frankly can't remember exactly, is just to make sure that the Act doesn't also have a process for commercial conversions, and that this does not apply to that. Just be clarifying.
I think I would suggest that we deal with that in the purpose statement, with an amendment to the purpose
Somewhere in
statement.
the policy.
Yeah.
Just a question. One, I really like this policy. So in the policy section 2, sub 3, A and B, it talks about displacing and relocating people.
Yes.
And the criteria to be met to relocate them. We talk about affordable, but we don't say a similar level of affordability to what they were living in. So if they're living in a very old building, their rent may be considerably lower than moving into a newer, affordable building whose rents maybe had been set in a different time and place. So I wonder if there's something we need to say about at a similar cost to the Buxton.
So something along the lines that rents that are within plus or minus 10% of the
I'm open to my colleagues weighing in on this. One of the things with renovations is that people do get moved into places that they can't actually afford. So I don't know whether we say similar rental level or put a range. I mean, if I'm, making ends meet, even a 10% increase is going to be hard to accommodate.
Councilor Bylaw.
And this is where I'd like to circle around, I think related to that, is this geography piece where maybe the unit that has a vacancy that's at the same price point is on the wrong side of the tracks and the school pack has no resources, and you're putting me in a very, very different circumstance even if my rent bill is the same. And so I think somehow we need to consider some of these things. I don't have a specific answer, but.
Councilor Rice.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with those. The balance is that we don't want to prevent landlords or owners refreshing and modernizing their buildings. Otherwise, they end up getting run down, and that's not helpful either. We don't want to kind of force it into a sort of a slum condition. So there is certainly a balance there because it costs money to keep these buildings in a good condition so that they are nice places to live. And that's just the reality of it. So I think, and the reality of it is it's financed by rent. I mean, no other source. So if they're going to sell them and upgrade them, I guess that's the balance. That's the balance component. If we are converting, sometimes that's the best thing for that particular building.
I'll just add my 2 cents on that particular thought. It's a really challenging one. It's one that I definitely see the logic behind, but in terms of actually implementing with policy, I find I'm not clear on how we would actually do that. So I understand the logic and I am aligned with the principles and value, but I am challenged on how we actually implement that in a means of recognizing that we have a limited amount of affordable units that we could actually move people into that would necessarily achieve that goal. Not helpful 2 cents at this point.
I wonder if we can just change the wording a little bit, that they are displaced to either a housing building or project that is affordable to the person or family displaced, rather than saying affordable new dwelling units. Places the onus on the owner to meet that commitment. So that's one way to do it without getting into means testing or that sort of thing.
Yep, that is a fairly straightforward clarification in my opinion.
General sense around the table of that wording change? Seems to be in alignment. Councilor Pango?
Yes, I have a few. Are we ready to move on to other? So a few additional thoughts. I'm wondering if vacancy threshold is the right or a sufficient number by itself, and if we should be talking about a minimum stock, just general stock, whether or not it's vacant or not, sort of relative, what are the number of rental units relative to total units, regardless of whether or not they're rented at this point in time. We would expect to see vacancy rates to fluctuate more frequently with economies and so on, but It seems to me we should be striving for some sort of minimum overall stock threshold, and I think this might be a place to capture that. I had a question.
On that point, Councillor Bettendorf, before we move on to the next one, is there a specific question or suggestion that you'd like to add in there, or are you looking?
I guess my suggestion would be that we consider a threshold around overall stock, not just around vacancy in this policy.
Yeah.
Through the chair, as per staff's comment earlier, we have a requirement by the province to do a housing needs assessment every 5 years, which then informs the approving officer, I think, when he or she makes their decisions about whether to convert or not, based on the other criteria in this policy. Like, it would be very difficult to us to set a quantity number at this point. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I mean, if we know that only 5% of the dwellings in our area are rental, and we think we should get 10% overall, regardless of the vacancy, that's sort of our minimum safe threshold. We might say, the policy then might direct us to not do any strata conversions for a while.
Yeah.
My sense is that that need should be expressed in our housing needs assessment, not in this policy, which I think does its very best to discourage conversion.
Yeah, I think that level of policy might be better expressed in the official community plan and then down through sub-area plans. And it seems to me we're coming at it from the bottom, and we should probably come at that issue from the top. I think it would be a better policy response is to push rental growth through positive policy than trying to. I don't know that this is the right lever to pull.
So there was I think in the definitions it talked about this, I think being restricted to not-for-profit rental, moving to stratification. So am I understanding that this would be a point at which the not-for-profit is sort of looking to exit and sort of pivot and go in different business models so that they can stratify, sell units and no longer have responsibility and ownership? Or can you speak to just how the for-profit versus not-for-profit plays into this?
It would deal with that unlikely scenario. It would more likely deal with an applicant that owns an existing apartment building or set of rental units that wants to strata title that building.
So if I can follow up then, so if this applies then to for-profits in some cases, I guess I have some concern or skepticism that the only viable business model is one where a developer needs to sell units at market rates to make enough profit to have a viable rental business. And my understanding is in Vancouver, we're seeing people move into somewhat affordable, more viable rental businesses. And I'm not necessarily opposed to pushing the market or setting some fences. That you need to come up with business models that work in a rental scenario, and let's not presume and facilitate just the flipping things out of the rental market. Let's encourage different business models.
Yeah, again, I think encouraging new rental development is one thing, and we are sort of on that tack. This is really like the rental tenancy zoning is protecting existing stock. It's not really about development, it's more about redevelopment and preventing loss than anything else.
And so but I guess where I get nervous is when we're talking about stratifying, taking stuff out of rental stock with some sort of, we have to put people not back in or something. We are talking about a mechanism to reduce in and by itself, reduce the stock from what it is now.
This is intending to prevent that scenario. This effectively it's going to preclude any strata conversions for the foreseeable future.
So this is aiming to protect the rental stock that we have until such time that our vacancy rate is above 3%.
And I guess maybe what I'm saying is, maybe even for me, that's a bit too permissive.
Thanks for the clarification.
The numbers are somewhat arbitrary.
Yeah.
3 is it's typical sort of frictional rent, but if 3 is a different number, I can't say that 3 is a scientifically defined.
Any further questions, comments? Councillor Anderson and Councillor
A
Rice?
general question regarding both policies. Under next implementation steps, it states that staff are considering holding a workshop or other public session to present all of these materials to the community. Is it intended that the scope of that presentation will be just these 2 policies, or would you consider a reporting or information exchange with the public on other aspects of our housing affordability strategic objective?
I'd probably start with the strategy and work down from that. So, but it's more of an informed. I think that's the key. It's really some of these are really technical policies that just drive the way we do business. Hence, there hasn't been a great deal of public engagement to date. So it was more of an informed. Hey, this is what we're doing. This is where we're moving. This is how we're moving forward. So.
The reason why I asked the question is that when we get as councillors in conversation with the public, and we'd often like to refer to other pieces that we're working on alongside what the particular topic may be, but over time those opportunities will arise, no doubt we'll keep that in mind,
Sure.
to give the public a presentation of the full scope of initiatives we're working on in housing.
Yep.
And a reminder that there is a page on the website around all the ongoing work of the strategic plans, or the strategic projects section. There's a whole website page on all the work that's going on under the affordable housing piece that's been maintained and up to date. Councillor Rice?
Yeah, no, I'm fine, thanks.
All right, we have 2 recommendations before us. We will do them separately. We've lost him entirely.
Yes.
On the first one, that the District of Squamish Council approve the perpetually affordable housing policy. I think that we heard a fair bit of discussion around the table, so I'm hesitant to move that specifically. But I will move that staff review the perpetual affordable housing policy in consideration of the feedback received at the Committee of the Whole on September 10th and further community engagement with the housing partners on the eligibility requirements. Seconded by Councillor Rice. Any further discussion? Mayor Elliott?
I would maybe not make the motion so precise as to say the eligibility requirements and just say that further consultation on the policy would be sufficient, if that's a friendly amendment.
That is a friendly amendment. Moved by the seconder. Any further discussion? Councillor Pengott?
I will support this as proposed, but I do still have some hesitations about whether we're being too permissive, and I have concerns about the geography piece. So I'm eager to hear, I guess, what comes out of the consultation, hear how it does or doesn't get updated.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the second one that we have is that the District of Squamish Council approve the strata conversion policy. Anybody like to move that? Moved by Mayor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Rice. Any discussion? Mayor Elliott?
I would move it with the one change that I suggested earlier, if that was captured by
Sorry.
Sarah.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to support this. I think this is moving in the right direction. And with all policy, for me, it's about moving the ball forward. I feel like these policies are never done because we always get more feedback from the community and the market. And so I think this is a great start and happy to support this.
All right.
And I should have actually put it in the motion, but just, I was gonna add the words for residential strata conversions, if that's a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the commercial status is, maybe it's not applicable at all, but just in case.
Can I just clarify what the mayor wanted to include in that motion?
I updated section 2 sub 3. Let the wording reflect that the residence is affordable to the person or family displaced.
And with the clarification that it's the residential rental.
So the motion is, yeah, for residential, strata conversion policy for residential
Rental.
rentals.
Okay. With those cumbersome amendments, any further discussion? Councilor Pettingill?
I think for me, again, this one is a bit too permissive. I'd like to see us be more aggressive, but I don't want to stand in the way of a step forward, and I'm not sure I'll vote against at this point would help things, but I would like to suggest that we can be more aggressive with some of these things, protecting some of the rental stock.
Right. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will recess for lunch. We will come back in 45 minutes. All right, we are back in committee of the whole, and we are talking about the SLRD regional growth strategy, 60-day referral. I will hand it over to you, Mr. Gunn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Gunn. I'm a planner of the District of Squamish.
I'm Jonas.
Okay.
The reference planner.
I'm here to present a referral from the SLRD for the Regional Growth Strategy Review Bylaw Amendment. First, I'm just going to give a real quick overview of the RGS. Regional Growth Strategies direct long-term planning for regional districts and municipal OCPs. The SLRD Regional Growth Strategy is organized into goals, strategic directions, and settlement planning maps, much like an OCP. Our current regional growth strategy, the SLRD's Regional Growth Strategy, Squamish-Lillooet Regional District, was adopted in 2010. It was updated in 2014. Provincial legislation mandates consideration of review for amendment every 5 years, and in February of 2016, the SLRD board initiated a review of the RGS. The review has been guided by the RGS steering committee, which is composed of planning staff from member municipalities and the SLRD. The RGS review has resulted in a number of proposed updates to the regional growth strategy, and I'm going to summarize those updates. There's kind of three major categories. The first update includes a revision to the minor amendment criteria in order to clarify the distinction from a major amendment. Minor amendments have a less onerous process for acceptance. The original criteria for a minor amendment was that the amendment was not regionally significant and that it contributed to a compact, complete, and sustainable community, but that left some vagueness that created some questions, and so one of the major intents of this review was to make that a more specific and clear process. So there's new criteria for minor amendments. The new criteria that's proposed include several elements: regional non-significance, consistency with the regional growth strategy, minor text and map amendments, and formatting or proofing corrections. The criteria also states that anything that's not identified as major is considered major, and then it gives some examples of what regional significance is, because that was one of the items that was a bit vague. So the following are regionally significant: changes that impact ALR or agricultural lands, development of non-settlement lands not contiguous to designated settlement areas, impacts to the regional highway system, and significant impacts to regional energy emissions or climate change mitigation and adaptation. So if any of those elements to a proposed change to the RGS would make it a major amendment, which, as I said, has a more onerous acceptance process. Another major proposed update is the settlement area mapping. There are proposed changes to the mapping which reflect, for Squamish, we've made proposal to have changes to our urban area mapping, and those changes reflect our OCP growth management boundary, It reflects existing urban areas that were inappropriately excluded in the initial RGS development, land that may be considered for development if the Chikai-Fan debris flow hazard area is mitigated in the future, and land which may hold long-term development interests for the Squamish Nation beyond the time frame of the OCP. And then there's also been some additions to the RGS for specific content, gaps that were identified through the RGS review process. In particular, the most significant are the inclusion of new policy sections on food and agriculture and climate change. As a bit of history of our interaction with this process here at the district and council, the amendment to the RGS was given first reading in June of 2018 and referred to member municipalities for comment. At that time, Squamish made a request that the Regional Growth Strategy Amendment and Regional Context Statement Amendment not being needed to be processed at the same time, which the initial update had included as a requirement, and the SLRD did make those changes. We received a second referral for after second reading in June of 2019, and at that time the council made a request for 2 changes to the settlement planning maps for Squamish. Those changes were that an area that was located west of downtown adjacent to the Squamish River be removed from the urban area, that zone right there, and there was another request that an area east of Brackendale be included within the urban area, and that was that area right there. So those 2 changes were made by the SLRD, and the current settlement plans have been amended to reflect the changes that were requested by Squamish. Those are the 2 areas. And then, as required under the Local Government Act, the District of Squamish must review a proposed amendment to the Regional Growth Strategy, or an update. And so we've received from the SLRD the request to do that update on October 6, 2019. There's a 60-day process for us to do that. If we do not accept the RGS amendment, that would likely result in a non-binding resolution or an arbitration process, unless that we were able to resolve that through amendments to the RGS. But that is the process that is used to resolve a lack of acceptance of RGS amendments. In review, there's strong alignment between the proposed RGS goals and strategic directions and the District of Squamish OCP. The revisions to the minor amendment criteria align with OCP policy related to regional government relations. The policy changes including the additions of climate change and agriculture policy, align with DOS OCP policies, and the updated settlement mapping is aligned with our OCP and our intentions. Given the strong alignment between the RGS and the district OCP and the changes made to the by the SLRD to address the comments and requests from the District of Squamish, staff have no concerns with the RGS review amendment and recommend acceptance of this bylaw. And that is the conclusion of our presentation.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilor Anderson?
Yes. I had the opportunity to examine documents that would correlate to our official community plan and regional growth strategy in the Scandinavian countries. One of the things I noticed is that they titled their OCPs, or community plans, by number according to which edition it is. In this case, this would be the Regional Growth Strategy version 2. And I wonder, I just pass this on as a suggestion because sometimes it is quite confusing. The SLRD last edition was formally adopted in 2009, but we're using 2008. It's the same in our OCP. The last 2 OCPs, the number we assigned was the year, but in fact the approval was the year later. So it's just a simple suggestion. Perhaps there's merit in considering that this is RGS2, or that we are OCP number whatever it is, just to help a little bit for the public in understanding where we are in the evolution of these documents. I had a further question on another matter. That's just a suggestion. I noticed it was quite a widespread practice. On page 2 of the 3 of the staff report under engagement, there's a reference here, SLRD consultation during the RGS review has not been, excuse me, as extensive as one was undertaken during the initial development of the regional growth strategy. That is version 1, 2008-2009. I was a member of 2 committees, transportation and economic development. And I'd like to make the observation that that was 3 planning departments ago. Virtually no staff today were involved in that earlier effort. And there may be a lack of awareness of how limited the consultation process was at that time. On those 2 fields that I referenced for economic development, what happened was the entire focus on economic development engagement took place in the northern sector of the regional district, in the Lillooet area and adjacent electoral districts, because that was where the pressure was coming from. We need economic development help. So there was very little engagement with economic actors during the last round, and that included tourism. There was very little engagement with the tourism sector. On transportation, during the initial RGS, the effort was very much focused on moving people, transit. So almost no engagement with commercial transportation. Now, reflecting from today, there's been 2 amendments to this present document, and they happened through a clumsy method. And our council has passed on feedback to the RGS regarding the engagement process, that it was difficult to understand and there were long delays. And we've discussed this a couple of times last year. There was these you'd be better familiar with, but we did pass on the comment that the regional district may address this next time. There were long delays and an unclear process for actors. One of them was the Chamber of Commerce of Squamish. Had a very difficult time figuring out where they fit in. Now, 2 amendments or late additions that were made to this document concerned highway traffic from a commercial transport point of view. There was a new addition regarding Site B access. And another new clause that comes up under strategic direction in economic development finally made mention to our waterfront and port facilities and their regional significance. These 2 items were lobbied for by the forest industry and by the Chamber of Commerce. And we got in there, that is we, the hat I was wearing at that time, by the SLRD planning department's account at the last minute. They barely made it in there. So I just wanted to come back where I started. The reflection that the consultation wasn't as big as last time. Well, last time it had some flaws. And this time we again passed on that there needs to be a clearer process for public engagement for stakeholders. So I've referenced 2 sectors, commercial transportation and economic development. I just wanted to pass on those observations, that sometimes we're not aware of what the class process was like, because in fact that's 3 generations of planning department and planning staff ago.
Councillor Anderson, was there a question or a comment or a specific piece of feedback?
That is a specific piece of feedback. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if someone can speak to, I was going through the dwellings numbers and it stood out, especially for Squamish and Whistler, the projections for Squamish and Whistler seem to be a fair bit lower than what I sort of understand is actually those plans. Even when I look at the stuff on our agenda later today, we seem to be presuming in the nearer term significant number more dwellings than is in this. So I'm not sure that this is an issue for me. I think there's some really powerful stuff in here, but I just want to understand those numbers a little better. And I did sort of see that they sort of discounted at 30% because it's vacant stuff, but even when I accommodated that, our projections seem a lot higher.
Yeah, so during this update, the SLRD commissioned a populations projection, a study that was done. That was completed about the same time that the census information was being calculated but hadn't been released. So they did that in the absence of the census. And so they were working with 2011 data, which actually happens the same issue occurs with the provincial population calculations. We get these estimates from the province, but it takes them a while to use the current census data. And because this was produced while the census was being put together for release, they were working on old data. And so when the census, their report, which has informed the numbers you're talking about, this commissioned report by consultant, it was it was released prior to the census information. Then the census information came out, and so there's a piece in that report that did a little bit of comparison and checked to see if they were on par with the census, and they said they felt like they were within the gap. But I think during its development, it wasn't working with the most recent information, and there has been historically a bit of when we look at the way the SLRD projections have worked out with the entire corridor and our specific population growth in the census, that it seems like there's sometimes a bit of an underrepresentation of the growth in Squamish across the whole in comparison to the rest of the district. So it is something we've noted in the past, but given when the information came out and how it was produced, it was reflecting slightly older information.
I'm curious about that timeline between where we will have the regional context statement. Is that a big time frame, or is it very quick?
Through you, the regional context statement must be adopted by us and then the SLRD within 2 years of acceptance of a regional growth strategy. And as this is the update to the regional growth strategy uses the same process. So essentially that under the legislation, we're in the same position as if a new RGS had been adopted for the first time. So we have a 2-year time frame to go and write our regional context statement, adopt it, and then pass it on to the SLRD. In terms of when we're going to do that, I don't believe that we've identified the timeline that we're going to use to put that together, but we do have a fair bit of time. It's not, to be honest, it's not going to be a significant challenge for us, I think, because our OCP was produced completed prior to this project, the RGS project, and so we aligned very closely with the existing RGS. And then as they wrote the amendment, much of the policy in the amendment is based on new OCP policy like ours and from some of the other municipalities. So the RGS was almost built to reflect a bunch of the stuff that's in our OCP. So creating that RCS is not going to be a big deal. It's not a massive project, and it's not one that I anticipate are going to have any big challenges.
Thank you.
A quick question about, I recognize that there's obviously the alignment piece that we have to do with the regional context statement in the RGS. What is our requirement around aligning with the strategic directions that are actually in the RGS? So one example is goal 3 around affordable housing states that the target for minimum percentage of affordable housing is 15%, whereas our CAC policy has 10%. So what sort of requirements are there in terms of alignment on those sorts of strategic directions?
In the RCS, so we need to align with our RCS, and then the RCS can talk about how we might work towards aligning with the RGS. So the RCS could say, for example, this is a goal that seems worthy, and over time we can work towards that. But it doesn't. We don't have to align specifically with it at the time that the RCS is accepted.
Thank you. Council, any further questions? Very willing to move recommendation. Moved by Councillor Race, staff recommendation. Seconded by Councillor French. Any further comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is the affordable housing policy and Strata conversion. I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess because Mr. Buxton is just coming back from the rehab of his shoulder and he'll be here very, very shortly. So we'll come back at 20 to 12. Thank you. All right, we will jump right in. We have a full agenda today, but we will get started on a very exciting project on the Community Energy and Emissions Plan. I will pass it over to Dan Wilson, who's from the Whistler Center of Sustainability, who we have contracted as a consultant to help us lead us through this planning process. So I'll hand it over to you to give us a little bit of context.
All right, that's great. Thanks so much for having me here today. This is a really exciting project and one that we're really looking forward to working on. And I say we because there's obviously the staff team we've been working with so far, Chris and Dora and Linda. And we're also working with the Community Energy Association, so that's why their logo is up there. So we're working in partnership on this project. We're the lead on the project, but we are working with them. They bring a tremendous amount of experience to community energy and emission planning, climate action around British Columbia and also across Canada. They've done more of these plans than any other organization. And we felt the two organizations, with the Whistler Centre being based a bit more local, and also some engagement work that we've done here in the past, and the energy emissions planning we've been doing as well as an organization. We thought the partnership was a really strong way to work on this project with you, and really looking forward to doing that. I was involved, the most recent project involved locally, and it was with the Squamish 2040 OCP, so I was involved with the Whistler Centre, was working with Lotus on that project and on the engagement pieces of that. So definitely had my ear to the ground for lots of the issues and opportunities here in Squamish that were expressed by residents during that time, and recognize the importance of climate action that was brought to the forefront by many community members. You'll notice the name that we have on the slide there is Community Climate Action Plan for Squamish. There's lots of ways. I know the initial name, I think, for the plan was Squamish Greenhouse Gas Reduction and Action and Implementation Plan, so quite a mouthful. Adding in energy also makes it a little bit longer, so we worked with the District of Squamish staff to propose this as a name for the plan. Really wanted to emphasize community, so the scope of the plan is understood. It's not just a corporate energy and emissions climate plan. And wanted to emphasize action as well, and to keep it somewhat succinct, just for the ability to communicate it. So that's where we've gone with it. So hopefully that's all right. I'm just going to go over a bit of a background on where this came from. Many of you know that most likely better than I do, but we've been learning that as well. About the scope of a community climate action plan, some of the benefits of doing it, and then get into the process and some of the outputs from the work that we're doing. Now, is it normal to have questions throughout a presentation here at Community of the Whole, or do you say at the end? I'm happy to do either. So.
We kind of alternate between the two,
okay.
So maybe if folks do have questions during the presentation, we can kind of stop partway through and let folks ask questions on it.
Great.
This is a group that likes to ask lots of questions.
Okay. So, just a bit of background, just from the council perspective, and where some of the guidance for this plan has come from. Most recently, there was the climate emergency resolution that was passed, and part of that resolution indicated that by the end of 2019, that a greenhouse gas emissions reduction and implementation plan would be in place. So that is the most immediate guidance for this. It also ties into your strategic plan to 2022, which talked about acting on climate change now to create a positive local and global impacts. So adopting a greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets and implementation plan by December 2019. And then also one of the policies in Squamish 2040, the OCP, was to prioritize the completion of a community energy emissions plan, or a CEEP. So those are really the most recent guiding policy from council toward this. Just a little bit of background on this. As we were learning a little bit about what could be done here, I've been doing energy emissions work in Whistler, climate action work for quite a long time, and I recall that there was some work done in the past, and staff did it as well, and we dug up some of that work, and there had been a baseline, community greenhouse gas emissions baseline done in the past, and some high-level planning on some big moves really for Squamish to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and then some pretty detailed work actually on specific ideas, feasibility ideas around district energy and multimodal hub and different pieces like this. So the baseline, the bridging to the future, I think was the name of that planning process, and there's a number of complementary plans with some of the actions that were detailed in there, and that's some great background work that we'll draw from for this project. Obviously, Squamish 2040, one of the background papers I was involved with is the climate change one, and significant policy in there. And then there'll be some other plans, certainly that guide this and draw from, for this project, including the District of Squamish climate rebate incentive program reports that are done every year with the province that details out the work that the corporation is doing with climate action. A multimodal study, Squamish 2040, of course, active transportation plan, and then, as I noted, some of the past energy plans in there as well. So there's a good amount of work that's there. It's also going to build off, the work that you, again, the carbon neutral local government that you've achieved here, and you're signing the climate action charter, like the majority of other British Columbia communities. I think there's one holdout, I can't remember who it is, but and off some of the actions that you're doing, you've recently brought in the step code for building code into the community, and that's actively being used right now. And so there's been action that's been happening, and really trying to bring some of these actions that are already happening and maybe noted in other plans and ones that haven't yet been created yet into a cohesive singular plan with an implementation schedule. So the overview here really is to create a cohesive plan that reflects the urgent need to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius with significant action by 2030 to reduce emissions by 45%. That recommendation from the International Panel on Climate Change goes further into 2040 for a 75% reduction, and then 100% reduction by 2050 is how that continues. But most immediately, it's this 2030 period that we'll be targeting as well. The planning process will take part between now, really, and then January 2020, with most of the planning work complete by the end of 2019, with the draft plan by that point, and final pieces of engagement. So looking to come back to council with a plan in January at the moment. So just a really quick overview of it. Sorry?
I thought there was a question.
There's a question? No? Okay. A community climate action plan. So just in a nutshell, it starts off by quantifying current annual greenhouse gas emissions and sources from such things as energy, and then projects the business as usual annual emissions going forward to those timeframes that we talked about earlier, past 2030. Based on a whole bunch of things like population projections and growth patterns and different pieces like that. It identifies and articulates the reduction targets that have been previously articulated by council, and then articulates the actions to get there, the small and the big ones to get there. Through the process and through the implementation, and we get to the latter part of the plan, it starts to guide the resources toward the projects that have the best reductions for the investment that's made, time and resources. And then really establishes an implementation schedule and an evaluation plan for those actions to be able to monitor progress and to be able to report on progress on an annual basis, ideally, while you're doing this. So in a nutshell, that's the broad piece. I'll get to a little bit more of the details later on, but that hopefully gives you enough of an overview of what we're looking at.
We'll take a quick pause and we have a few questions. Mary Ellen.
This is a bit high, sorry. As we move forward, one can imagine that the IPCC targets may actually accelerate because of the lack of action to this point. And with every year, we get closer to 2030. So as those reduction targets are identified, is there room in this plan to sort of overshoot them a little bit?
Overshoot as in
do better than?
Do better than? I mean, I think that's something that can be considered for sure. I think when we put together the actions and the recommended actions when it's possible, I think that would start to inform what is possible and what would be needed to overshoot. Certainly if that, we can look at that as we're doing it.
And did you say 80% by 2050 or net zero by 2050?
It's 100% reduction by 2050. Yeah, and you'll see, as I go through this, one of the final slides talks about the boldness of this action that you're taking, which is really great. Certainly, as we're modeling different actions and things, you can see what it would look like if it was undershoot and if it's overshoot and what that might mean for sure. Great question.
So part of this is the emissions from our community. What will this look at all at
from your perspective, the economic, our economic resilience or vulnerability in terms of, as we see, because this reality is international, and so what we do or don't do, the dependencies we build in our local economy, are we looking at that at all, or this is really just focused on our community GHGs, and that's it?
Yeah, great question. So it is a climate action and really greenhouse gas reduction plan. So it's not an adaptation plan. I know you've done some work in that already as well, looking at how to adapt, especially infrastructure and other pieces to that. What it will do, what is in scope in this, and we talked about, is to look at how it ties into the economic strategy in the clean tech sector and what those opportunities might be for local jobs and just economic growth related to this opportunity. I mean, in some ways it's a challenge, other places it's an opportunity, right? Any challenge presents an opportunity to new ideas and new projects. So there is time set aside to consider that with the economic planning that's going on right now. And I've got a couple more slides here on scope as well, so that might help out here. So again, just community versus corporate. So most of the work that's been done more recently, what's done on an annual basis, really as part of signing on to the Climate Action Charter, has been local government focused greenhouse gas reductions as far as the plan and annual reporting and things like that. Obviously, there's been actions that impact the community as well along the way, but most of the focus has been on the local government. What we're looking at here is community. So it includes local government, but the focus here is residential, commercial, institutional, small industry, those types of pieces. So looks at that broader geographic scope. And just to give you, this is obviously not perfect representation yet, but it gives you a sense of, community emissions are much larger, obviously, than the corporate municipal emissions. So that's what we're looking at now for this particular plan. So again, looking at what's in scope, what's out of scope. So we could kind of in some ways use the Squamish boundaries as a bit of a geographic boundary for what's in scope, kind of at the highest level. And again, including residential, commercial, institutional, small industrial work. I'm going to give you an example. So the port, Squamish Terminals is in scope. Marine traffic sitting out in Howe Sound is out of scope of the plan. It's not within the boundaries of Squamish. Now, that's not to say we can't have actions that look and address those things that are outside the scope. When I say outside the scope, it's also outside the scope of the inventory. The inventory is pretty focused on the boundaries, the commercial, institutional, residential, and small industry. But we know that our behaviors in communities, purchasing decisions, those types of things do have impacts, on how things are made and greenhouse gas emission impacts. So those aren't in the inventory per se, but certainly it's been expressed to have some actions that may address some of those additional sources of greenhouse gas emissions that really, citizens have a lot of control over. So some of the things that are out, so extremely large industry, and part of the reason for that is one, it's sometimes hard to get the emissions from them put in scope of the inventory. Also, if large industry comes in or leaves, they can have a pretty significant, they can be 10 to 15% or 20% of the community's emissions or more than that. So really, and communities don't have a ton of control over that. So again, it's typically something that's outside the inventory. Again, there can be actions that speak to it, but as far as the inventory that's tracked and the targets, it's outside that boundary. Again, I talked about the on-ocean piece. Other pieces would be land use change and forestry. Pieces are outside the scope of the inventory. Again, there could be some actions in there around it as well. Whistler actually, as an example, with their community forest, the community forest, their activities aren't included per se, but because they've taken a more ecological approach to the way that they do forestry, they've been able to generate carbon credits. And so the municipality, when they buy their offsets for their own climate neutral goals, they purchase those, through the community forest or as part of that project. So it can be in that sense, but as far as being in the inventory, it's not usually included. Embodied energy, so this is, I alluded to it briefly earlier, about our purchasing decisions, things that we buy, products, material things that we bring into the community have a rucksack of emissions that from being created, the resources extracted, then created and brought here. Same thing with materials that are used for homes. Concrete, for example, from outside, Squamish would have significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions associated with making concrete. Again, that's out of the inventory for this. There aren't any communities, as I understand, that have included those types of things in their corporate community inventories at this stage for these types of plans. But again, something that we've decided that we want to look at as far as actions. So we know there's a significant amount of emissions due to our purchasing decisions. Again, those emissions happen in some other geographic area, but we can influence those as individuals and as businesses in a community like Squamish. So we want to have some actions in there that recognize that and address some solutions for that. And then finally, things like card lock stations, again, are hard to get some of the data on for some of the commercial vehicle fleets in the area. Again, we can still have actions around commercial vehicle fleets. It's just whether they're in the inventory or not is a bit challenging. So there's lots in the inventory, and there's a couple of some of these things that are outside the inventory that won't be included in the targets, but we'll certainly have actions around those in the plan. So.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you. So I think, and I don't have actual numbers, but I think one of the largest sources of GHGs is the emissions from the highway. And I'm wondering how you deal with that. It's a provincial highway. Most of the traffic is not destined for Squamish. It's actually, a lot of it's going through Whistler.
Certainly,
and other tourist destinations in the north. And so, yet it comes through and we have no control over it really as a municipal government. We can't even adjust the speed limits on it. So how would you sort of factor that in?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So definitely less influence, over that for sure. Surprisingly, I mean, I don't know the numbers here in Squamish, so I'm not going to venture to say. I know in Whistler they've been doing traffic counts for quite a long time, and I know there's the numbers for Squamish. They found, in Whistler, for example, at peak times anyway, on weekends and certain times of the week, that 50% of the traffic is local traffic on the highway within Whistler's boundaries. So where the perception in Whistler anyway was that 80 or 90% of the visitor traffic, it was actually 50%, closer to 50% local traffic. I don't know what it is for Squamish, but there's a big chunk in there that probably is local traffic that's within the boundaries. It's not all. Also, the larger population, larger vehicle base in there. So that's something just to consider, that there are a lot of emissions from local folks on that highway. Typically the highway within the boundaries of the community, if it can be measured, which is the hard part, is within scope of the inventory. Then there's actions to address that. The ones that are related to highway traffic going through, onto Whistler or Lillooet, or doing a circle tour or whatever it is, or the ones, essentially, going right through. Those are things that we need to work with community partners on to obviously try to come up with solutions to address those particular ones. So that's essentially how it's created. I'll need to check how. I don't believe some communities have modeling of the greenhouse gas emissions based on the traffic within the community. And that's ideal, that's kind of the gold standard if you have that, access to that. Obviously it's out of scope for this project, but if there's data that can allude to that, we're going to try to look and see how we can, tie that into the inventory. The other two ways that typically it's done is by triangulating, looking at fuel sales within the community, which again isn't ideal when you've got a lot of tourist traffic, people passing through, but looking at fuel sales within the community, and then also looking at the registrations of vehicles in the community through ICBC, and applying some, just some provincial multipliers to that, based on the types of vehicles that are here as well, to estimate that. So.
Yeah, I went through, and for different reasons, I went through kind of a mental exercise of trying to calculate that based on, and I forget the numbers I actually used, but I based it on Worcester's skier visits.
Okay.
And took fractions of that as an indicator of how many vehicles would have gone through Squamish to get to Whistler, to be able to ski at Whistler.
Yeah.
And that's just the skier visits, that's not the, and I don't want to pick on Whistler necessarily, but just as one way of doing it, or other tourism numbers, or visitor numbers, or destination numbers, and what percentage comes by bus, what percentage might come by car, how many are multi-use cars, how many are single, and so you're dealing in fractions of that. to try to have a baseline calculation.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
it's not perfect by a long shot.
No,
There's
I mean-
there's a lot of variables.
You're right, yeah, and there's some pretty good information on how people get to Whistler. I mean, there's more car travel in the summer than the winter, by far. I think 35% arrive by bus or 40% in the winter into Whistler. In the summer, it's more like 15-20% arrive by bus, and then also the visitor numbers are quite a bit higher in the summer. A lot more day traffic, shorter trips in the summer than in the winter as well. So the traffic is, as far as numbers go, are probably bigger, and the influence is probably bigger during the summer numbers. I'd have to look at the count. We can definitely look at the counters to see if there's a bit of a way of kind of parsing out, what is traffic flowing through and what is traffic staying within Squamish. I'm not. If you have a southern boundary counter and a northern boundary, there's just some ways of looking at it. So and an inter, within the community counter that can help to figure that out. So.
And one of the reasons I bring this up is because right now, as a region, we're trying to pressure the provincial government to assist us with regional transit. And this would be one of the things that would perhaps be a bit of ammunition, if you like, to go to the province with. If we had some kind of a feeling for what the actual contribution was to GHGs from this particular thing.
Yeah, and we can definitely look at, again, using Whistler's numbers is probably a way of saying if they came from Vancouver, which most of them would have, saying what that whole impact would be, and if there was more regional transit for those folks or for the folks who are working in the communities, there could be some ways of, we're definitely going to try to estimate some of that, obviously, because regional transit will probably be one of the actions, imagine, that comes forward, so there'll be some attempts at modeling that, so, yeah.
Councillor Patton.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a little bit challenged by some of the out-of-scope items. I mean, to my mind, I want to understand all the emissions in the community. There may be some we can do more or less about, but we have significant authority over land use. We have a community forest, and we'll be working on policy for that.
Yeah.
We may need to speak to margin of error with some of these things, but going forward, even if there's something that we feel we can't do something to address, understanding the magnitude of that in context for what we're asking our taxpayers and this change we're asking our citizens to do, I think that context is very important, and to identify those whole emissions at a bare minimum, I feel is absolutely critical. Maybe we spend $200,000 on an education campaigns, people let the grass grow 3 inches instead of 2 inches, or maybe we spend $100,000 lobbying the province on a key industry that's going to just destroy our emissions.
Yeah.
For me, I think that's a really important piece for the decision.
Okay. I think the orders of magnitude stuff may be helpful, and just to clarify too, the actions towards some of those things may not be out of scope. It's just more having it as part of the inventory, maybe a little bit harder, but certainly, I know, for example, the embodied energy one, for products that are brought into the community, that's something that there's some good literature on, right? So we can definitely bring in the orders of magnitude and say, hey, there's this many people who live in Squamish. Typically, the places where they have captured and measured that here's the percentage that it is per person, and here's about how big it would be if it was, in Squamish, just to give a sense of that, because some of them are, to your point, important pieces that can be impacted locally. It's just about tracking them year after year in a really accurate way, and having them part of the inventory. When you get information from BC Hydro on electricity use, or from forests on natural gas use, it's really specific, right? It's up to the decimal point, so it's very, very accurate numbers.
So, and we, for some of the industries that are here or are proposed, we have similar data or access to data, and so I think it's really important to include that. I'm not comfortable excluding forestry or large industry. Forestry, I think, is quite hopefully to our benefit in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. So I'm just really uncomfortable excluding these things.
Okay. Well, we can look into how that's included. Typically, it's not included in inventory. It's not really part of the protocols that are used around municipalities to include those, again, in the inventories themselves. Understanding the magnitude of them, for sure, and actions are within that. And we can maybe talk to staff to get a bit of an understanding of what's happening as far as the community forest and those pieces, and see how that can be tied into it, for sure. Yeah. So thanks for that feedback.
I think one thing that might help a little bit, for me anyway, is understanding, so SEEP is something that many communities do.
Yes.
And we're talking about the scope here, we didn't just invent the scope sort of off a clean sheet of paper. Like,
Correct.
how does this fit into the larger definition of what a seep is? Who defined what a seep is? How has this become
The way, the standard?
The state of the
Yeah.
art of the standard, scope in and out sort of thing?
Right, yeah, so there, as you can imagine, potentially every community around the world can be doing climate action plans, and many of them are. And so there are some global and then national protocols around how inventories are completed and what's in scope and what's out of scope. So I'll just speak to the embodied energy one, for example. So it's considered out of scope. You can imagine if you had a local company, if you had a local company here manufacturing hats, let's say, and belts and watch straps and things like that, and they may have some of their emissions related to their manufacturing or the process here. Those would be included in the Squamish inventory, as opposed to someone in Vancouver who is maybe purchasing those products and owning that baggage. If both counted, then you'd be double counting that work. So you need to draw, it's just like an accounting, you just need to draw some lines as to what's in and what's out. Again, it doesn't mean that you don't have to have actions on those, it's just when you get into the inventories and being very specific about the emissions and what's out there, that it's clear and standards. And so it is a global standard for communities that's followed. And then in Canada, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has a guide really on protocols on how the inventories are completed. Now that's starting to be pushed a little bit. There are some pilots going on where they are trying to look at beyond, looking at products and those pieces to help specify what those additional emissions might be that can be acted on by citizens. And those are happening and going on. It's an extra piece of work where the order of magnitude often provides enough of an indication that it's something that we should have some actions around, and that's what we're trying to do here, is to try to keep it as provide as much value as possible and address the places where there are actions that will reduce real emissions. So definitely we're going to have these magnitude pieces for some of those things that are out of the inventory and have actions around them. So.
Yeah.
How do you define large industry?
That was my question too.
Great.
I have to confirm with Peter on it, but typically I think it has to do with some of the rate classes through Fortis and BC Hydro. And then also there are, at the national level, some of the large industries are kind of part of their own reporting structure that are captured in that regard. So it's really anything that has so there's two ways of defining it. And when we understand that, what those industries are in the community and what that impact could be, then we'll make a decision whether that's in or out. But typically, again, if it's an industry that is 25 or 50% of the emissions of communities, and there are places like that in BC, and the community really has very, very little say. And there's provincial and federal regulations on those. And often the economic conditions make those industries shut down or start up. And that, again, can double, right, overnight, essentially, what the emissions are, or reduce them dramatically, right? So again,
There would be nothing precluding us from listing who we've considered as major in our community. And if they want to volunteer their emissions and their emissions targets, we could report on that.
Yeah.
Which I think it would be great to know in our community which industries are working on their climate reduction targets and which would choose not to disclose or would disclose that they're not working with yet.
Certainly, yeah. That would be helpful.
Did I see your hand?
Yes, I'd like to follow up. Am I up?
You have your hands up
Quite
first.
answer all the questions.
We'll come back to you. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'd like to follow up on a couple of topics that Councillor Race raised. You've discussed when we're looking at evaluating highway use and highway traffic counting,
right?
Have not referred to fuel sales as a potential measure of the use of our highway. The 2007 inventory did do that. I would have appreciated more information back then as to how they went about it practically in gathering that information. So that, firstly, where do you see gathering information on fuel sales as part of that, in addition to the traffic counting that you referred to? Secondly, when you mentioned that the card lock stations, there's difficulty obtaining data, and here again, I would have liked more information on the methodology carried out in 2007. But why should that be any different than other fuel sales at the rest of the, well, for the public? So cardlock station, I'm presuming you're referring to commercial transportation, truck fleet, this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So availability, and finally, Councillor Rice mentioned the regional transit discussions we've been having. And not only are we looking for ammunition, but we also will potentially need to do some budgeting. If in the future, as has been proposed, a gas levy will be implemented, then for purposes of budgeting for our transit programming, we'll need to make a budget and have some kind of a sense of what the projections are, what the volumes are for fuel sales. So my question is really coming down to fuel sales and the difficulty of getting that data.
Right, so as I noted earlier, so we will be looking at fuel sales as one of the ways of triangulating the emissions from vehicles within the community. We will also be looking at the number and type of vehicles that are used in the community and then applying some standards that are used across BC for estimating fuel use and emissions for the fleets of vehicles that are in the community. The cardlock data is traditionally much harder to get at than it is to get at the commercial station data for communities, and that's why it's typically, we can try to do it, but typically it's hard to get, and it's not something that's provided. So.
We can only assume from 2007 that data was available at that time, because they did report it. I have two other questions, but I can hold back till later.
Just to finally, and then on the regional transit, I can certainly understand that it'll be important to get a sense of the budget, for that, so you can figure out the levy if that, gets approved by the province. But for sure, and that's a really important thing. I mean, it'll be out of scope for this project to do that budgeting, obviously, for the regional transit. But it will be important for us to get a sense of what you see as the magnitude of that operation and the timing of that rolling out. Obviously, there'll be an action here to support it, but to get a sense of where you think that's headed so we can do some appropriate modeling with it and get a sense of the resource requirement to make it happen and those pieces as well. So we'll be relying hopefully more on some of the work that's been done by that committee already, within the region to draw what we can from that. So.
In summary, you will be targeting fuel sales, seeing what you can find out.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Back to you, councillors.
Thank you. So the mayor asked part of my question, but what I was thinking of when you start talking about large, what's large? Wood fiber is obviously large. They've got published numbers for their expected emissions.
Yeah.
But there's others that we haven't seen yet, and there's some significant industries already in Squamish. And the one that comes to mind is the terminals, which is the deep sea port, and that's on the ocean, except that it's when they're tied up with land that it potentially has an issue, and now their emissions are part of our airshed.
Right.
And I've been watching the ads on television like everybody else has about the freighters plugging in, and I know it's not as simple as just wiring up the terminals because a lot of these ships aren't sort of set up to accept that. But going forward, I know the shipping industry there's a lot of pressure worldwide to reduce emissions in their fuel types and so forth, and some are even transferring to transitioning to LNG. And I think there's an advocacy piece that we may want to play to urge places like the terminals to electrify, and also to urge the shippers that are using it to have low emission vessels of some kind as they come into our airshed, rather than just sit there cranking up diesel fuel for their generators for 3 or 4 days without downtime. So I think that, my point being, that is important to include as well.
Yeah, and as I noted, so the port, obviously the operations will be, the ships aren't, but the actions, the ships that are there obviously have impacts, as you noted, on the airshed and air quality and a whole bunch of different things. So certainly to have actions within the scope of this, maybe it's advocacy. The terminals may have some of their own thoughts, ideas on they've been looking at. I know the Port of Vancouver has been pretty active in this area as well. So certainly an area for actions. So, sure.
Yeah, and so, wood fiber for one is one that I would want to see included in our inventory. It's useful to talk to the community and the province about the cost benefit of different things we may or may not be able to do.
But, you know, I understand there's also significant emissions related to cement production. And we have, I think that would be considered a large industry here. We have a policy later on today opening up wood construction and thinking about different options. And so understanding that industry too, you know, maybe there's nothing we can or want to do in terms of restricting that, but still understanding that scope and some of those numbers in terms of our building policy and construction, to me is quite important to understand all of these pieces.
Certainly. So wood fiber certainly would be large, considered large industry. Cement, probably not. Just this is my gut on that. Wood fiber, I mean, it hasn't been built yet, so you can't really include it in. There's no, as far as I know, there aren't significant emissions going on there at the moment. So, you know, obviously it's not in scope at the moment as part of the inventory because there's, you know, very little happening there. And I'm not sure that all the details of their current, you know, where they're at exactly in the, you know, as far as opening up and commissioning everything. Yeah, typically, again, that large, because it's a large, pretty significant industry, it would be in addition to, you know, if we do an inventory today and then they say they kick off in 3 or 4 years, you know, would that be added in to the inventory? I mean, certainly you can put it there and have some actions around it. It's just your ability to dictate what happens there is pretty limited. That's all. Maybe pretty limited. So, and my understanding too at the moment is that they're looking at primarily being electricity focused system there as well. So that would just be something to consider as well. And, you know, what will the emissions be from the actual operation? So.
Do you have more slides, Mr. Robert?
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, go. Yeah. So reasons. So let's get to the reasons why. You know, hopefully this captures some of the reasons why you declared, you know, climate emergency and why the citizens in the community feel that it's a really important thing to address. And there's some real significant opportunity to improve the quality of life in Squamish through increased climate action, and that's really the point of the plan, and also to take local action, you know, in a community-wide effort to really impact what's happening at the global scale, and that challenge that we're all facing, and to reap some of the opportunity and some of the rewards of acting on climate change. So, you know, with respect to livability, certainly healthier homes from better built homes, healthier lifestyles, you know, from more active transportation and getting around and connecting with people in your neighborhoods. Community resilience, some reduced exposure to prices from fluctuating energy prices in the future if you're focusing on some more locally based renewable energy. Energy efficiency is another way of insulating yourself from exposure to price changes and fluctuations in energy use. And then also local energy that can help out with having a diverse supply in times where there's outages on a larger system. Also, food security is an important one. Again, you know, food is really the consumption piece that's kind of out of scope. But again, we'll have actions around, you know, purchasing local food and the type of food that's used and how it's managed in the waste cycle as well will be part of this project and help with that. And then also related to community resilience is around the economy. I think this clean tech part of it, you've got some good footholds there already in the community, and building off that, again, situates you in a position to be able to take advantage of these future opportunities while other jurisdictions are working to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Increased community connections, so relating back to health, again, I think, but health, not just individual, but community health. Again, people walking and biking, bumping into people more frequently. The way that neighborhoods are designed has an impact on that, how people get around and how people interact and bump into each other, which, you know, relates to community health. Local jobs, I spoke about the clean tech sector strategy that's being looked at and how this relates to it. And better building construction. So coming back to that one again, you know, there's a significant amount of, we've estimated, I mean, this is a pretty broad estimate, but of the spending, you know, on energy by Squamish and businesses and residents in Squamish on an annual basis at about $53 million, you know, dollars. So, you know, probably give or take 20% one way or the other, but pretty big amount of money. And that's money that's just going shipped out of the community. So when you build a better building or do things, design neighborhoods in a way that's more walkable, more of that money is targeted at how a building is built, for example, which provides more jobs for the local folks who are actually building those ones. And then that money stays in the community for the building, and then also less energy spending going out of the community because it's a more efficient home. So folks have more money to spend locally on that. So it has a real big impact on local jobs and local economy. Cost savings, so that reduced energy use, again, from different choices for the way homes are built, through retrofits, how people get around, are generally less expensive than the more carbon-intensive ways. Public transit, again, is less expensive for citizens than getting around by vehicles. Again, walking and biking routes, again, making it easier to reduce transportation costs. And also housing choices, so designing homes differently, different sizes of homes, and homes that are more efficient can have a big impact on cost savings. And then finally, as I noted before, just this local action, community-wide, to help deal with this global challenge and opportunity that's presented. So the little diagram there, just imagine if you save $20 million worth of energy use, for example, in the community through retrofits, through savings, and all those different pieces. That would be money that would stay in people's pockets and can be spent locally and on different items. So rather than waste, essentially. So for all those reasons, obviously the federal government and provincial government have seen those reasons and positive benefits, and they've got their own frameworks and plans to address climate change within their jurisdictions. And Squamish plan is supported by these plans. So this isn't happening in a vacuum. There's lots happening at the federal level and at the provincial level. Some of the most effective gains in the past decade have been through clean fuel standards, ensuring that there's renewable energy as part of fuel, 5 and 10% of those pieces. So those are things that happened at a provincial and federal level. And some of the more provincial ones that are happening up to 2040 anyway, that have been announced from the province that will impact Squamish, come out. A lot of it's focused on homes and vehicles. So the Clean BC Fund came out in early 2019, and hopefully supporting communities with some funding, and hopefully that will return. For existing homes, there's incentives for heat pumps, insulation, and social housing to make it more energy efficient from both utilities and from the province. In 2022, the base BC building code will be stepped up automatically, despite what communities have done. It's getting better. I think you're in advance of that already, which is fantastic. But they'll be more energy efficient. 2022. 2025, 10% of all new light-duty vehicles sold will have to be zero emissions in BC. 2030, it's 30% of light-duty vehicles will have to be zero emissions. So that's certainly going to impact, within the time frame of this plan. And 15% of natural gas sold has to be renewable in BC. So from a bio-based source as opposed to a fossil fuel source. 2032, the base building code will step up again, so new homes will be 50 to 80% more efficient. And then obviously 2040, 100% of vehicles sold will be zero emissions. So those are some of the big, policy actions at the provincial level that will definitely impact this plan and be brought into the forecasts that we'll be doing. And there'll be opportunities for the community to obviously support some of those. So some of the places where the district's role is from a policy perspective and where some of your influence lies. Certainly you have direct control over municipal infrastructure, buildings, and fleets. That's a significant place you have direct control over. You have a lot of influence over transportation networks, land use patterns, as has been pointed out, solid waste, how it's dealt with, consumption, building efficiency standards now, the step code, how the sharing economy might roll out, and attracting new businesses, clean tech sector as well, potentially has some influence in the district in all of those areas. There's indirect influence over transportation mode share, so how someone gets around your community. Your influence isn't quite as direct on that. You can influence through maybe some incentives through communication and education, through providing some transit, perhaps, to help with that. Residential and business energy efficiency, again, it's a little bit harder for existing residents and businesses to impact that, but you do have influence over it. There's a number of communities around BC that are topping up some of the provincial rebates for retrofits, as an example, that are having some influence over these sources of emissions. Food security, sustainable consumption. So sustainable consumption, again, is what we buy, not how we deal with it when it's wasted, when we're done with it, but what do we buy? Are we buying essentially reducing consumption, reusing prior to the recycling piece. So it's really that piece, the reduce and the reuse piece. that municipalities have some influence over. And then there's quite a bit less influence over things like natural gas, electrical utilities, vehicle standards. So again, we talked about the electric vehicle standard. You can obviously deal with the electric standards in your own corporation, but looking at a broader community, it's harder. You can't really impact those. Very little influence, except through advocacy. And I think that's a really strong piece that UBCM plays a really big role with that. And the more communities like you advocating for it, obviously can have influence in provincial standards. Industrial energy efficiency and emissions, again, very little influence over that. And then air travel as well. Personal air travel is a really hard one to influence directly.
Mayor Elliott with a question.
Yeah, any questions, sir?
In the transition from fossil fuels to alternative energy sources, where does sort of neighborhood energy fit into this?
Like district energy systems?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if a district energy system was going to be put in place, I mean, there's some influence over that for sure. I mean, if there, if you do set up an energy utility, you know, that's owned by the district in an area and have, you know, policy that says people must hook up, you know, to this and those pieces, certainly that's an opportunity there for sure. It's since the initial district energy plan was done for Squamish in 2008 and other places, and it's obviously been implemented, you know, around different communities in Canada. There's been some advancements as well with distributed systems for heating, so air-to-air heat pumps, you know, on an individual building as opposed to connected to a district system. And so there are more opportunities now that look beyond district. Districts still can make, you know, can be possible in many situations, but in a lot of ones where it was maybe better in the past, more distributed solutions are kind of coming to the forefront. So each house having a heat pump as opposed to having one big one for a community, a neighborhood, and those pieces. So, but it would probably be under direct influence, especially if you're willing to make that big investment in making that happen. So I think another area.
You put that under building efficiency standards. So like if someone's going to put,
yeah.
So we're going to incentivize solar, or if we incentivize more of those systems at location versus being connected to a system, it would go.
Maybe indirect, yeah. Residential, yeah. I mean, you're not necessarily putting it in yourself, you're giving an incentive, someone still has to make a decision to do it. So that's the difference in that regard.
Thank you.
How many more slides do you have, Mr. Wilson?
Good question. I've got 8.
Okay, can I let you keep going and then we'll
Sure,
come back?
yeah, let's do that, great. So just a bit more detail of our process here. It starts off again with inventory and projections. And so understanding emissions in relation to the 2007 baseline year, modeling those business as usual emissions, and at the same time also connecting with staff to understand all the different policies and projects that have been implemented since 2007 and that might be coming forward as well, just to help with some of that modeling and to understand the current reality. And then we've also planned to survey the public here initially as well to build off some of the work that was done during the OCP, try to get a sense from folks as to which community-wide directions would be more applicable and why they think that. And then also trying to get down to the personal level, so asking some really specific questions around, you know, these personal actions, which ones are you more likely to take part in? Everything from doing retrofits to, you know, to walking and active transport, and then getting them to kind of indicate their top 3 and why. I can try to understand what's the motivation there, so that we can incorporate that into the planning, especially when we're doing the scheduling around the actions, getting a sense of where there's more appetite initially to start working on that. So that's the kind of the first phase, and then we'll move into identifying the action options and some of the impact of those and the resources required to make those happen. After we've done that, we'll be holding a workshop with the District of Squamish. And what we'll be also be doing right here at the beginning, which ties into engagement, is kicking off, and I'll speak to it in a minute, a climate leadership group as well to help with this process right at the beginning. They'll be part of this District of Squamish workshop, looking at the actions, what the impacts are, and starting to model some of those and figure out which ones can be done and what time. Once that's done, that'll be pulled together, and we'll be doing some projections as to what impact that may have on the targets. We'll have 2 we'll sort of have a stakeholder workshop as well with that to discuss essentially what, where other organizations can help out and where they see opportunities. So this will be a lot of commercial, institutional organizations with that. Some of the local nonprofits who are working on this as well. I know some of them seem to be quite active in wanting, especially around the communication piece and social change piece, where they can support as well on the plan. And once we get that, again, we'll put together more detail on the plan, host a public open house in December, get final feedback from public, put this all together into the draft plan with the recommended actions and targets, and an implementation strategy that puts out that schedule of implementation. With that final feedback, we'll refine the draft plan to a final and then present it to council in January. So that's kind of the broad process for making it happen. Just a detail on the engagement. So again, this community survey that will be launching quite soon into October. We've got a climate leadership team from October to December who will be working and meeting 3 times along this process. So an initial introductory meeting at the larger workshop, and then a final meeting to look at consider what's been heard and what we've learned through the workshops, and put the final thoughts on the plan. And the 2 workshops I spoke to as well, and the open house and the council presentation. So with this climate leadership team or group that we're looking at 8 members from the community to consider and to champion expedite actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions toward these targets. So that's really their primary mandate. We're looking for folks who want to support that and lead that in a way that respects the local opportunities and the local ideas and energy to make this stuff happen. So that's a team that we hope will be really useful when we go through this, to provide some really good advice and to consider the actions that Community Energy Association and ourselves bring to the table as far as some big moves. So, we plan to meet with them in early October, first week of October, to share some of the early inventory work, some of the survey work, and again, to start drawing out from them some of the big moves that they see for Squamish as well. So again, everything from the reduction piece to the clean tech piece as well will be part of this. Again, just some more details on the plan output. Again, it's a report that describes how to meet the emission reduction goals and targets, buildings, transportation, solid waste, consumption pieces, economic sector piece around the clean tech piece, how we can integrate climate thinking into other municipal processes and planning so it's considered across the organization, the implementation, schedule and approach, and the monitoring and evaluation piece. The plan will also have the input of the stakeholders and the public integrated into the plan, so it's seen how that was guiding it, and then addressing the co-benefits of climate action, working out things like cost savings, annual cost savings for the community by pursuing some of this as an example. And then providing some background context, sort of like what I did today around the provincial federal government and what the community's already been doing. This will be into this document. And the implementation schedule and approach and that timing will be is a really critical piece to ensure that this keeps moving. And I think most importantly, it's momentum, right? So it's rebuilding some momentum, building off the current urgency around this and the opportunities around it. Some of this work's been done in the past. We're going to leverage that, but really kickstart the momentum and get this happening so that we can work toward these important targets for Squamish and all these benefits that planning will bring. And a final thought, the slide originally said warning on it, and we talked about being bold, and I think it really depends on your mindset. 1.5 degrees Celsius targets for any community, for the world, are not for the faint of heart. It's a very ambitious thing. You're taking a leadership role to work toward the targets that are required for that, and inspiring others to follow, and that's really critical. But for a 45% reduction by 2030, or maybe 50% if that's what's needed, substantial changes will be required to make this happen. I don't know what those are going to be yet. We'll get into that, pretty soon here in the next month and a half, and what those might be. But this is just an example of Vernon with their old target that they had in their OCP with the orange line. The blue line is the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, going out to 2050. And obviously the green is the business as usual piece. So there's a significant gap, between the green and the blue on there, right up to 2030. That's a big amount of emissions to reduce. So it is a bold thing, and that's what we're working toward, to bring back those options for you and for the climate team to consider. The good thing is that you're not doing it alone. There's others doing it. There's 25 other communities in BC, 26 I think now. Burnaby just declared a climate emergency as well, and we're switching their targets and working toward this, so that's 9 in the metro area. There's 55 plus other communities in Canada, 27 that mentioned the IPCC targets specifically and working toward those. And when these communities are declaring these climate emergencies, they're doing 4 things. They're recognizing the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. They're creating new plans like this, or repackaging local climate action into big moves. So the city of Vancouver has a pretty robust plan that they put together a couple of years ago, and they've repackaged some of those into much larger chunks and moves to help them hit these targets. A focus to accelerate all the actions in the plans, and really trying to have the climate at the forefront of other municipal planning, budgeting included as well. So those are some of the big steps that some of these different communities are taking. So. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Over to Councillor Pettiel.
So I want to just call out one of the province's Clean BC numbers, just to, where I hope there's an opportunity for us to do better. They talk about 15% renewable gas as a goal, and that for me is a really problematic number, because it doesn't really matter whether we're at 15% or 20% or 90% going forward. What matters is that year over year we're taking less fossil gas out of the ground. And so the 15% number is somewhat of a distraction, because even if that's going up, we're not necessarily solving the problem. So I hope that as we develop numbers and metrics, it's focused on the actual problem we need to solve, which is less fossil gas out of the ground. As a piece of it. And so this is why, too, I'm sort of harping on this idea of making sure we understand the full context. These things are part of a system, and a reduction in one little piece, even if it's a big reduction, if it's causing a much bigger increase somewhere else, we need to understand, I think, the whole system, the whole picture, and make sure our investments are very well targeted to solve the real problem.
Thank you, Councillor Pettiel. Councillor Anderson.
I noted in the final report we'll include a section, excuse me, on federal and provincial context, and I take particular interest in this because it seems to me that this is all evolving. We are pioneers among these other 24 other communities around BC. You mentioned that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has a protocol for inventory, and I suspect it's something likely that it's evolving. And I say this as this summer I happened to visit 2 municipalities in Denmark and Norway, and specifically on what they're doing on exactly this project. And so the Ministry of Environment in Norway has a guidelines, this is version 2 because it's been underway in evolution for several years now, climate action statistics for communities and counties. And so one of the chapters in this guidebook talks about the evolution of how we gather this information and new perspectives on it. So I anticipate that this is our case too. You've also referred to Clean BC and provincial government. I'd be happy to share this with you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And it's also broken down by 10 sectors, and that has evolved also. But to your knowledge, is the provincial government or the federal government intending to produce such a guidebook? The core, if I have the acronym right, for corporate emissions on the part of the district is a template. Are senior governments aspiring to produce a template for local governments to use in doing such inventories, to your knowledge?
Right. So at the moment they do have templates for the existing approach to the emerging ones. My understanding at the moment is that there's nothing new coming out in the next year or 2 on this. Some of the leading work that's being done looking at the expansion of inventories is being done in Vancouver. There's some pilots going on to try to do some modeling around the emissions that are outside of scope from the current inventory systems, or that are double counted essentially, or could be double counted if you expanded the scope. So there's some work being done on that to estimate the modeling. It's the results aren't as accurate as the modeling through the protocols that are existing around the emissions that are in communities, because there are a lot of estimates in there, especially around people's purchasing habits and what they purchase, and those pieces relying on surveys, and people's recollection of what they're buying in those pieces, and they're very time intensive at the moment. So there's some pilots being done on that, so I don't anticipate anything in the next year or two for that. I imagine as those evolve and become more accessible to communities, that these protocols may evolve to include a piece that is optional to tie into your inventory as well. What is happening certainly to that point is that people are recognizing that it is bigger than just the protocol inventory standard, this piece around what you purchase. For example, your flights that you do as individuals, those things, what you eat, those things all have emissions and baggage that are outside the scope of your community inventory. So recognizing that, and that being in the forefront, communities are putting actions into their climate action plans that address those opportunities for real reductions as well. So that is happening. So I guess, just because it's not measured doesn't mean you can't make action on it. There are orders of magnitude things to guide where does it make sense to have those actions. In some cases, municipal powers are somewhat limited, though, with respect to some of those emissions that are outside the boundaries. Your ability, again, to influence someone's flight, whether I take a resident here takes flights around the world 5 times a year for travel, is pretty limited. What your tools, your regulations, and that you can do on that. So it's not to say we can't put an action there that just talks about more sustainable lifestyles and those things as a communication piece. But the ability to really directly influence it is somewhat limited. So.
I have a brief point in follow-up to a question Mayor Elliott raised, and that is regarding district energy. And that's just to pass on that we have not in Squamish really had a review of how the world has changed since 2008.
Right.
And there are, in fact, 2 district energy projects underway, one is the school district.
Yeah.
So that it's, I feel personally that this deserves some discussion. Yeah. And if it's a matter of discussing how the world has changed, I think that would be valuable. We have, the District of Squamish has a hydronic heating bylaw that was drafted in 2009, which was put on the shelf. But we have some very large development projects here, and perhaps it might be of interest, or I'm just passing on, that there really hasn't been that kind of a new assessment of the general concept of district energy and different scales of application. Final question is really for engineering. And I wonder if I might ask you if you could return to the slide plan process. Right. My question for engineering department, if you like, is how does the new position advertised of manager of sustainability and climate change, the work plan or the job description, terms of reference for that position, how does it interface with this, or do you see that there is an interface and tie into the job description of that position?
Thank you, Chair. The position ultimately is meant to come in and leverage the climate emergency and do comprehensive work on behalf of the district, both with the organization and the community. This plan is the foundation behind that individual's work. Whistler Center for Sustainability and their partners will ultimately complete the project, the plan, and then this individual will work with the team to implement it essentially.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to put myself on the list and go back to Mayor Elliott. I'm happy that I held my question, which was going to be about outreach and community engagement, because the slide helped fill it out. I do have a question around the climate leadership team and who those folks are going to be. I noticed that Tracy Saxby from My See the Sky is here, and I think she'd like to speak, but we're fairly limited on time at the moment. And she's one of many voices in our community who I think would like to be part of this discussion. Sure. So some clarity on how folks can engage in this process, I think would be helpful for our.
So we're very close to putting the final terms of reference on that group and putting an open call out to the community to provide a 250 word explanation as to why they would be suited for that role, and then a decision will be made by the staff team on that group. We're essentially looking for folks who have quite a bit of experience in climate action and energy planning and clean tech to help guide the process and really want to help work toward that target, 2030 target. So.
That's helpful. Thanks for that amount of detail. And then just a comment on the piece around the in and out of scope, and I think that that is going to be continually challenging for this group. There's no doubt that to reach those targets at 1.5, we do need to be bold, and there needs to be a certain amount of warning. I think the tools that we currently have and have been using and developing and limiting our scope like this, there's a reality from a technical perspective, I get that. And so I'm happy to hear that there's going to be inclusion of the magnitude of emissions relative to the things that are out of scope and how we can still take action on those. Because I think that part of what we are going to have to leverage is recognizing that we do have limited powers as a municipality, but that doesn't mean that we can't start advocating for more.
Sure.
And so I'll just put that out there as a thought from my perspective. Mayor Elliott and then Councillor Pettengill.
I'm glad you changed the side from warning to being bold. I think that we want to inspire positive change and not fear with this. But that being said, I think with the climate leaders and also as we bring this back to council for further discussion as we gather data, is that our actions need to consider equity. And there have been recent reports that show that the rich of the world will manage through climate change and adapt, and it's people on the other end of that spectrum that will suffer because they simply don't have the financial means to make the transition and adapt. So I think that that has to be part of our conversation at the table, is how we bring the whole community with us on this journey, not just people that can afford to do it. And so that may require some creativity, and it's just heartening to see so many other communities going down this path, because we can all start to learn from each other in the same way that we're doing that on the single-use plastics piece as well across the province. So I think this is another opportunity for us to really lean into the conversation that will happen provincially. So
Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
I'm excited for what comes after this.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yes, and I just want to dig into a little bit, because I think if I understood one of the reasons for hesitating on inclusion of wood fiber sounded like it was a little bit about, well, it's not built yet, it's not in operation yet. But I guess in my mind, there's a whole host of things that may happen. Some are more likely than others. We have tools in terms of our zoning, in terms of permitted uses that tries to, it's not perfect, but assess and manage risk and avoid future risk and so on. And so I'm hoping sort of in general that we're not limiting ourselves just to what's right here, right now, that we are forward looking and doing a risk assessment and thinking about these things and what actions maybe it is, bang for our buck. Some risk mitigation in terms of future development and so on is where we should be focusing. And I really appreciate if some of that understanding can come forward in this.
Certainly, yeah, no, definitely. And I think that's why we have that slide about the influence, and it's just when we look at the actions, it's just considering the impact of the action with some of the influence, and using that when we're trying to determine which ones are more likely to have an impact. And you can look at them both together, and then make a decision, to include or not include. My guess is most things will be included anyway. As a plan, it's really going to be about prioritizing which ones we work on first. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much,
Thanks.
Mr. Wilson, for the presentation, for coming down. This is a really, really exciting project. It's definitely a priority of council from many directions, as you mentioned, all the way to our OCP, council strategic plan, and the climate emergency. So we're very excited to see this going forward, and look forward to seeing how it unfolds.
Great, thanks so much.
Thanks. All right. We need that Gunn back. Yeah, we can take a 2-minute recess.